Που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλημέρα σας και καλώς ήρθατε.
Good morning. Welcome in our leadership conference, where the tradition is the protagonist, a word with very heavy meanings, especially for the Greek history. Studies focus on the very creative role that tradition plays in the strengthening of competitiveness and innovation. The aim of this conference is to pinpoint and reveal the various traditional strategies that can help competitiveness and innovation. 19 speakers are going to share with us examples of transforming tradition into competitiveness in several fields of the Greek economy. I would like to thank very much our collaborator, SEV, as well as the sponsors of our conference, Cosmote, Group of Companies, Axia Ventures Group, as well as the communication sponsor, Kathimerini newspaper. To the spectators, to the users of the platform following our conference, let me remind them that you can find the information plus the CVs of all the presenters, and then you can also have the platform for networking with other spectators. To start, let me say that we have taken all measures for the safety of all those who participate in the conference today. It is very important to note that you can participate as well by posing your questions throughout the speeches, the lectures, under to the lower part of your YouTube screen. We are going to try to answer most of them. I'm going to ask Mr. Alexis Chatzopoulos, General Director of SEV, to address the meeting. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure that I am here representing SEV, the industrialists organization. The long cooperation of SEV with ALBA throughout the last few years is actualized in the cooperation of the businesses with education. For us, this is the spirit, the substance of going forwards. This is very important because today one of the major challenges for the economy of the country and for the country at large is the ongoing quality training and education and upgrading of people's skills. Nowadays, this regards all generations. And this was the aim, the purpose of our cooperation when we started cooperating with ALBA under the project Together with Knowledge, in order to upgrade the upskill the skills of employees and the working population via seminars and various other events. We are very happy that hundreds of executives and members and trainees of our common seminars are around and flourish. I stress this because I do believe that the strength of the companies is exactly at the point of how we can strengthen leadership via upgrading skills based on traditional strategies and techniques. On this basis, we started the Center for Creative Leadership, in the framework of which we conduct the leadership forums every year. In an ever-changing world where the conditions are variable, we all understand that it is very important that we should be flexible at the collective and individual level wherever we work. And it's not only the pandemic that has varied the way we work, but the involvement, the developments in technology, the developments in business management. In this field, our capacity to create and innovate, thus the creative leadership, is going to help us relocate ourselves within a competitive world. In last year's first symposium, we focused on creative leadership within the realm of entrepreneurship. This year, we're going to speak about the transformation of tradition into competitiveness and innovation. In the first place, one would say that there's an oxymoron in between these two sets of concepts, but it's not. Just yesterday, I read the example of Ria Mare, a company established in 1849 in Italy, manufacturing fishing boats. Today, it manufactures yachts, luxury yachts, and sells them all over the world. So based on its tradition, it managed to transform itself, marrying its heritage with new technology. Today in Greece, we have many such companies, and what we need is to make them even more. Exploiting tradition, as we're going to see today, does not regard only the product of an enterprise, but everything inside it. And of course, the executives, the people of the business that become the catalyst of change, be it the creative relocation of a product in the market, or the organizational models, or the exploitation of traditional networks. Leaders of all kinds and positions work with the traditional elements in a creative manner in order to interpret the current world, to understand which are the contemporary trends, in order to adjust their legacy into new values. And they can do this only if creativity is their skill. When they select what they pick from tradition in order to transform it into growth into the future. Otherwise, by focusing onto the past, inertia will come and the progress will be stopped. So I would like to stop here, to thank ALBA for our cooperation. I would like to thank the President of the Board, Mr. Stelios Argyros, the Dean, Mr. Kostas Axarologlu, all the people in the organization, Mr. Menemelis, the President of the Excellency Center, and we are waiting for an excellent discussion throughout the sessions of today. I hope that you'll make the difference after today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hatzopoulos. Now we give the floor to Mr. Stelios Argyros, President of the Board of ALBA College. Welcome, everybody, in this second forum of creative leadership that we organize in cooperation with SEV. As the previous speaker said, it might sound controversial to speak about tradition in an innovative world. However, tradition, creative leadership, and the advantage of values and excellency can be combined in the best way in order to create competitiveness and innovation. And this is exactly our scope in today's discussions. Tradition means white knights, mean to try again and again to reach something that seemed impossible in the beginning, to reach the top. Tradition means continuous change and continuous adjustments. This is what we try to convey to the world of businesses, to make them understand how important it is to marry the values of tradition with the speed of technology. Throughout the day, we're going to share with you a lot of examples, visible or even invisible in the Greek entrepreneurship community. It is very important to know them, to meet them, and understand why they have become so successful. Moreover, I would like to say that in ALBA College, though we are a young college, we are for 30 years in Greece only, we try to build our own tradition as well. We speak about business unusual. This is one of the elements of our tradition. Our purpose is to convey these to the entrepreneurship world of the country. And this is what we do through our cooperation with SEV, and I would like to thank them for daring to be with us. We also want to thank Mr. Horner and the American College of Greece for their support. Mr. Menemelis and all speakers, I hope that this is going to be a very fruitful discussion, and let's enjoy our forum today. We would like to thank you, Mr. Argyre. Να ζητήσω τώρα από τον κύριο David Horner, πρόεδρο του American College of Greece, να πάρει το λόγο. Όσο περισσότερες εμπειρίες αποκτώ από τη ζωή μου, τόσο πιο πεπισμένος πλέον είμαι ότι η σοφία της προσοκρατικής φιλοσοφίας είναι σημαντική. Η αλλαγή, όπως έλεγε ο Ηράκλειτος, είναι η βασική πραγματικότητα που υπάρχει γύρω μας. Η αλλαγή δίνει οτιδήποτε υπάρχει στον κόσμο και το είδαμε πολύ καλά αυτό τις τελευταίους 15 μήνες. Για τους leaders, για τους managers, ένας κόσμος με απρόβλεπτες προκλήσεις και καταστάσεις δημιουργεί πάρα πολλές ευκαιρίες και απαιτεί αντοχή, ανοχή, ευελιξία, επανεφευρετικότητα, καινοτομία. Πώς όμως όλες αυτές οι δεξιότητες και οι ικανότητες αναπτύσσονται από τους ανθρώπους, πώς αναπτύσσονται από τους οργανισμούς και από τις κοινωνίες και τις κοινότητες. Ποιο ρόλο παίζει η παράδοση μέσα σε όλα αυτά και στην δημιουργική μετασχηματιστική δύναμη που έχει αυτή η διαδικασία. Αυτό το ερώτημα βρίσκεται στην καρδιά της στρατηγικής του American College of Greece. Πιστεύουμε ότι η εκπαίδευση γίνεται μέσα σε κοινότητα, όπου ο οργανισμός γίνεται μια κοινότητα, γίνεται μια κοινωνία που μαθαίνει, που προσαρμόζεται, που φαντάζεται και επαναφαντάζεται και επανεφευρίσκει τον εαυτό της. Το Ινστιτούτο Ελληνικής Κουλτούρας και Τεχνών που μόλις δημιουργήθηκε, το Ινστιτούτο Προόδου και Ευημερίας και το Ινστιτούτο Δημιουργικής Ηγεσίας που έχουν δημιουργηθεί καθιστούν το American College of Greece ηγέτη στην εκπαιδευτική διαδικασία τόσο για τους φοιτητές, για τους μαθητές και για όλη την κοινωνία και τους εκπαιδευτικούς οργανισμούς. Για μένα λοιπόν είναι ψών μου, είναι ένα πλεονέκτημα που βρίσκομαι σε αυτή τη θέση σήμερα και ξεκινώ τις εργασίες αυτού του συνεδρίου. Θα ήθελα να συγχαρώ όλους τους συνεργάτες μας σε όλα μας τα σχολεία, τους μαθητές στο ACG που με την δυναμική του Ηρακλήτου καταφέρνουν να προσαρμοστούν στις νέες προκλήσεις. Ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Χόρνερ. I would like to remind to all those who watch us throughout the platform that they can submit their question for the Q&A session after each session. The first session regards the entrepreneurial tradition as an ongoing relation. Mr. Ioakimidis, Marketing Papoutsanis, and Mr. Gesos from Ion Company are going to share their thoughts. Mr. Menemelis from the Excellency Center is going to moderate.
Καλή σας ημέρα. Να σας καλωσορίσω και εγώ.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you to the second Symposium of Creative Leadership organized by the Center of Excellence of SEV. In social science, the term tradition refers to a modern element with a particular symbolic value and which have been conveyed over time. A time that is being defined for 3 generations, which means that most enterprises are very young still. They haven't developed their own culture and tradition. However, we will see later on that many of these enterprises have already constructed a wider entrepreneurial identity, which one way or another utilizes elements and features of a previous tradition. However, we thought that it would be very fruitful to start this symposium by having a discussion pertaining to enterprises with long history, with long traditions, enterprises that have undoubtedly constructed their own corporate and entrepreneurial tradition, which comprises of sub-traditions. All of which have a symbolic value for the Greek society, like, for example, the 70-year-old ship of Papoutsanis and the well-known chocolate bar of Ion. All these are symbols that are conveyed from one generation to the other and prevail in our collective memories, but also in Greek films. So, which are some of the best practices that pertain to these symbolic values and symbolic enterprises?
Παραδοσιακή κληρονομιά. Κύριε Χατζιοκιμίδου, καλή σας ημέρα.
Miss Hadziokamidou, good morning. Papoutsanis is one of the biggest enterprises of soap making in Europe. It is a Greek enterprise with a history of 150 years. One would say that you have been next to the Greek state for more than 3/4 of its modern existence. And I would like to ask you, the last decade, a decade that has been very difficult for our country, which have been the messages that you have received from the market, and which are the conclusions that you have drawn with regard to the relation between the consumer and the tradition of your company? First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to welcome all of you in my turn to this second Creative Leadership Symposium. It is true that Papoutsanis has a history of over 100 years. It is one of the few Greek enterprises with such long history. And in 2020, we actually celebrated the 150th anniversary of our company. I carefully listened to what you said, and I fully agree with you. Everything started in 1870 on the island of Lesbos by Dimitris Papoutsanis with the first steam-based plant for soap making. And it is true that we actually accompanied the Greek audience throughout these years. We had beautiful moments, difficult moments. The point is that soaps have become an indispensable part of our daily life. The Marseille soap, the soap that we use for washing the clothes, or the soap that we use for our personal hygiene, and of course soap that we use for face cleaning. So I agree with what you said, that for most of our consumers, soaps represent their past, their family history. And so, since tradition is what one generation conveys to the next one, I would dare to say that indeed the Papoutsanis products are part of the family tradition. Now, this common, timeless relation has led to something very powerful, a powerful relation and links with our consumers. And this is something that exceeds practices or criteria that promote loyalty of consumers, like the quality of the product or consistency. I would summarize this relation in one word, a relation of trust. And since I'm rather fresh in Papoutsanis, I have been there for only 1 year, I have been greatly impressed by the way that the consumers converse with us. In other words, we listen to them, they call us, they send us messages in order to share their concerns when we make some changes in the packaging. They also share with us new ideas about the products. In other words, they contribute to innovation. They also submit proposals for improvements. And this immediacy of dialogue is unprecedented. Of course, this relationship can only be built with consistency. This trust needs to be reflected in the choices of the enterprise as it develops and evolves. And I believe that for Papoutsanis especially, and especially for the last 10 years, our major development was our entrance in the antiseptic market. In April 2020, we took the decision to produce antiseptic products. In other words, to dedicate part of our production line to the vertical production unit at Ritsona, Evias, in order to produce such products. And we did that in a very clear way and having a very clear objective. We wanted to meet the immediate needs for antiseptics. You remember that back then we had some problems procuring antiseptic products. And we wanted also to provide a qualitative and effective product, which meant that we respected the specifications set by the World Health Organization. The product that we developed had 80% alcohol inside. However, our main objective was to provide service to the Greek consumers. We knew that they were going through some tough times, and that is why we got the decision to offer these products at very affordable prices. And of course, we had a specific strategy for the vulnerable groups. These decisions that we took and that led to the development of the company built this trust because they are based on our values. They are consistent to our values. And the consumers actually embraced that. And they made us number one preference for antiseptic. Mr. Loizos, Aeon is today the biggest chocolate making industry. You have a portfolio of impressive brands, Aeon Amygdalou, Aeon Chocolata Galactos, Socofreta, Break, and many more. I would like to ask you, how would you explain the fact that you have been for so long the first choice of consumers, and what is the role of creativity or innovation in maintaining this very strong position and maintaining the competitive advantage? Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to welcome all of you in my turn. I believe that the answer is simple and can be summarized as consistency. There is a timeless consistency in terms of quality, in the aftertaste, if you like, of all the brands, in the identity of each brand, and, of course, in the name of the company and the values that it represents. These four things actually make up what I mean by consistency, which in its turn explains the long tradition of our company and the success of our brands. Now, with regard to innovation, innovation is extremely important, especially when it comes to the technological part, because this is the one that allows the product development of all brands. And how can you achieve that? By making investments. And in our company, making investments has always been one of the most important objectives. On the other hand, technology, or better, innovation, allows the development and evolution of communication itself, both in terms of form and content, and even more so in terms of means of communication, and even more in terms of contact with the consumers. In the past, the relation was not a two-way relation. You were just sending out the message. Now you discuss about the message, and at the same time, you receive the reaction of the consumers to your message. Of course, innovation by itself cannot achieve a lot, nor can it maintain at the first place any brand, unless there is creative thought behind it. Creativity is the one that gives a fresh of breath air to innovation. And as innovation, we define, at least, the continuous effort to find the new, the experimentation, and informed risk-taking. Ms. Hadjioakimidou, we had a talk in the past, and I have kept some notes. You had said brand/diamond, brand/museum. You were talking about to the green olive oil soap from 1870, or the boat, again from 1870. You said that these brands are small diamonds for your company. However, you said that it should never be allowed to such a brand diamond to become just a brand. So I would like to ask you, which are the common practices that allow you to maintain your leading position and also to further develop these brand diamonds? Some of the things I wanted to say have already been mentioned by Mr. Loizos. When I described certain brands of Papoussanis as diamonds, I was referring to their history and their recognizability, and moreover to the values that these brands represent in the eyes of the consumers. Karavaki, the little ship, is indeed such a brand. It is a synonym of safety, of purity, of warmth. And these are values that bring back memories, smells, images. So these are values that can become the very strong foundations that a company needs in order to further develop its brands. That is why I call them diamonds, but small diamonds, because I believe that they haven't reached their full potential. They have a huge room for improvement and further development. It is true that a brand that is a diamond, that is very powerful, can become a brand museum, in other words, so that all consumers know about it, identify with it. However, it is not their choice. And this happens when the contact with today has been lost, when this brand is no longer relevant. There are examples of traditional brands that have managed to speak to the hearts of the young, and I'm not talking only about their product, because it's not enough to meet the practical needs of the consumers of today. You need to be able at the same time to make them identify themselves with your products and share the mission with them. And such a traditional brand should be able to strike this very delicate balance. And examples of such brands are Karavaki and the olive oil soap. These two brands have preserved their original characteristics that make them unique and worthy of trust, and at the same time allow them to develop and evolve by using, of course, the modern means and by having this dialogue with the consumers. When this happens, tradition becomes the competitive advantage, since tradition is no longer perceived as an impediment or something old-fashioned and obsolete. And I would also like to highlight that I truly believe that today there is a fertile ground for traditional brands that can actually become the leaders of changes, because we are living in an era that there is this very strong trend of back to basics. In other words, of using the things like we used to do in the past, of choosing specific ingredients or products that we know and trust. And this stems to a great extent from the complexity of the present day, from insecurity, from noise, from stress, from fear, and to a great extent from our need to change the way in which we consume and in which we live for the sake of the environment. And I would like to take the example of traditional product, which due to this trend has become once again very topical. I'm talking about the soap bar. In the beginning of the 20th century, this was a luxury product. Then the improvement of the living conditions and mass production made it a staple of each household. Then, towards the end of the century, 80s, for example, more specialized products were launched. We have specialized products for the hair, for the face, for anything you may think of. Products that were also very friendly to the environment, but also to the bathroom equipment. Now we have this new trend of waterless solid products, because these allow the reduction of packaging. These are products that are not so energy intensive in order to be produced. They are lighter, they can be stored more easily. They have an energy footprint that is considerably smaller compared to the other products. And it is not accidental that in the coming 5 years, the two-digit growth for these products has been predicted, and many companies have launched solid products even in the wide surface sector. And we invest in such ideas and we work hard in order to make them a reality, because there is no more natural growth for a soap maker than this. Before something becomes a classic, there is a period that is considered as obsolete. I would like to talk about communication, which is a very important aspect. Mr. Loizos, you are operating in a sector where the trends are constantly changing. The preferences of the consumers change. The preferences today have nothing to do with the preferences of the consumers 50 years ago. And I would like to give you a specific example that has impressed me a lot. During the last 10 years, you had to meet a high demand of the Greek market for products with no sugar, for products based on stevia, and you made a choice that was very interesting. Instead of launching a new category of stevia, you decided to incorporate stevia in the product family of Ion amygdalou. I would like to ask you what was the thinking behind that choice, how easy of a choice it was, and what do you think about it today? First of all, let's start with the international developments and trends that pertain to our sector, because it all starts from that. We can do that by having a cooperation with a wide network of partners abroad. We have developed many partnerships that have different dimensions and different aspects. However, we also have cooperation with universities abroad and with specialized institutes. In the past, we have undertaken some common projects, and of course, we also participate on a regular basis in specialized seminars. We also have a regular contact and cooperation with our suppliers, who are people who keep track of the developments in the sector and have a long-term view of these developments. We also take part in exhibitions. We visit exhibitions. We have also some pilot markets, as they are called, abroad, where we go to the supermarkets, to the stores, and we check what's going on, which are the products that are the most popular ones, which are the products that are the most demanded. So we do all these in order to get information and to get data so as to make the next step. Now, with regard to the Greek consumers and the Greek society, of course, we keep track of the demographic trends and all other sorts of trends. And we keep track of these trends in the very typical way by having targeted surveys. We run this type of service on a regular basis. In other words, we not only get information from the sales team, we make a step further, and on a regular basis, we conduct targeted surveys, the results of which are evaluated, are discussed, and then the final conclusions are the ones that help us make the next steps and also develop an action plan. Now, with regard to stevia, the reduced consumption of sugar, or the consumption of the zero consumption of sugar, is a trend out there for some time now, a trend that we have been monitoring since the beginning. And we have also run a lot of tests. We also saw what was the reality in other countries. But in the R&D department, of which we are very proud, because at least for the reality of a private company is a very advanced and sophisticated department in the sector of chocolate making. So we ran a lot of tests in order to come up with a product that would have no sugar, a product that wouldn't address only to diabetic patients, but to all consumers. After many tests and trials and after a lot of thinking, the result of these specific chocolates with stevia in terms of taste was the one that led us incorporate these chocolates in the traditional family of products. In other words, we had the stevia amygdalou, stevia almond, which was so similar to the original chocolate with almond. the taste was more or less the same. So it was self-evident that we would incorporate this new product in the line of the traditional brands. And this is exactly what we are currently doing with the chocolate that has 0% sugar. We also have the version with reduced percentage of sugar. So keeping track of the nutritional trends and developments is of fundamental importance for our company. We have the obligation to check them on a regular basis. However, this specific endeavor that pertains to the use of stevia has been very successful, and also the project with the product with reduced sugar has also proven to be very positive, and we are very happy about that. So it has been successful in terms of taste. Do you think that the sales will also change, that most consumers will opt for these products? No, I don't think that these type of products will ever replace or substitute the traditional ones. Of course, never say never. We don't know what will happen in the future. The point is that for now, at least, I don't believe that the traditional brands will be substituted by the new brands. However, there is a percentage of the Greek consumers of all ages that want products with reduced percentage of sugar. And this is not only symbolic, it has a meaning, a substance behind it. In other words, the consumer, even the one who doesn't want to use stevia, when they see this product, they may choose it. And this has a value for you. Yes, it has a value for us because, at least for the time being, and I'm not bragging, by the way, we have managed to remain the leaders in the market. I don't think there is anyone else who has launched in the market products, chocolate products with stevia or with reduced percentage of sugar, or to have a competitive share of the market. Ms. Hadjiokimidou, talking about the future, taking into consideration the demographic trends, what is the relation you want to build with the young consumers? And what about your export strategy? Which are your plans? And what do you think the role of tradition will play for Papoutsanis in the future?
This is always a very interesting question, especially for a company like ours, which is for decades in Greece, active in Greece. Our vision is to be close to the consumer and actively contribute to the well-being with products that cover all kinds of needs of the consumers. And this is the most important thing. Demands change. In 1936, for example, an innovation of the company would be the Flora soap that came in a gelatin case. Then we had changed the paper packing, and many people picked up the phone and wanted to complain. But when we changed back from plastic into paper, we managed to save a lot of plastic that wouldn't go out to the environment. So, in other words, we try to keep up with the needs of the consumers and satisfy the needs of the consumers, at the same time protect the society and the environment. That's how we proceed. In the beginning, we started with compositions that would be biodegradable or compositions that wouldn't have any allergy elements or substances. But now we have started focusing also on organic substances or vegan substances. We follow these trends that are very much developed worldwide, and we try to be ahead and lead the trends sometimes. Of course, our launches are wide enough. We don't launch new products, innovative products, only in terms of packaging or in terms of composition, but also in terms of the processes, the practices that our suppliers use, for example, or the use of the product itself by the end user. We are speaking about clean beauty today, zero waste products, transparency and ethic in management, ethical treatment. And we try to be very serious in Papuchanis. This is why I said before that we invest in cosmetics. We invest in our packaging because we are a verticalized unit. We produced our own packaging. We use recycled plastic and paper. We have vegan certifications, eco labels for our products. And we want to be very strict as regards our environmental footprint. We have managed to decrease our footprint, the electricity that we consume, by 30% for our production. So I would say that it's the consumer that leads the future. But of course, we need to be ahead. Let me close by saying something very important. Younger generations ask from the brands and the companies to take a position in terms of various subjects that are hot in the society. And sometimes they ask solutions from us. So I believe that this is very important for Papuchanis, which has long tradition in the country, to play an important role. With our ethos, with our narrative, we can become a model as for how we can bridge history with sustainable development, tradition with innovation, keeping the Hellenic values in our products and procedures. We have a lot to do more, but I am very optimistic. Mr. Louisus, so the same question. Our plans for the future, and what is the role of tradition or in your products? Our position is very clear. As management in the company, we have set very important goals. The first goal would be to expand the company in organizational terms, in administrational terms, to do the investments that we need to do in order to keep up with our position in the market, increase our position, our share in the market. This is always very difficult because new products have to respond to specific needs. Otherwise, they become obsolete very quickly. Certainly, an important goal for us is to expand our international presence, our international activity via our affiliate in Bulgaria that covers Eastern Europe, and via imports, exports, because we export to all over the world. And of course, we want to have the same good results, because this is our evaluation. This is why we continue with the good practices that we have established. We respect the traditional values, we respect our identity, and our utmost supreme goal is to keep the users satisfied. I believe that this is the most important role, to keep loyal audiences, to keep loyal consumers who have loved us for so many decades. This is a great honor, and we have to be up to it. So thank you very much. If you're ready, we can continue with the Q&A answer. We are going to start with a question for Mr. Loizos. Were you ever tempted to change the packaging of Ion Amigdalou, of the almond chocolate? Yes, we did, but we changed it back because, as you said, we do nothing without studying it thoroughly first. So we made a research and we had the immediate answer that we could never imagine to change the packaging. We understood that the consumers love this packaging and they want it. We changed the paper with aluminum foil into a new flow pack material, especially for the milk chocolate. Most chocolate bars are using this easy opening material, but we didn't do so for the almond chocolate. I would say that this specific packaging is a voyage for me, is a travel back to my childhood. I love chocolate and I love your chocolate in specific. So you agree with the other the answers in the research. Another question, when you communicate with the young generations of consumers, do you use social media? Yes, of course. To be honest, we shouldn't see this as something different. This is the evolution of the way that a brand communicates with the consumers. Digital means offer many capabilities and options. In the past, it would be very difficult to have the opinion of others. Nowadays, it is easy. And you don't need to pay for assessment. The consumers are there online and they share their views with you. But of course, you don't need to become too much a user. Digital means in our budget, digital media were very low. But now, of course, this percentage is higher. We invest on digital media because this is the contemporary way, the channel to access specific categories of consumers. The landscape has changed importantly, and I think that it continues changing. Digital media give us the opportunity to have a good contact with our audiences, with our users, and we can have an interactive cooperation. We get feedback from them and we adjust our policies. And also we can be very creative with the digital media. Of course, creativity and communication go hand in hand. I would like to thank you both for your presence here in this session of the symposium. I would like to thank you and your colleagues for participating in the research, and I would like to wish the best future for two legacy companies. We're going to have a break for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 11:05. The next session is titled Knowledge and Research.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Είμαστε κοντά σας και πάλι για τη δεύτερη.
Here we are for the second session of the second Creative Leadership Symposium entitled Tradition as Research and New Knowledge. I would like to remind you that during the discussion you can submit your questions in the relevant field below the broadcast screen and they will be answered at the end of the discussion. So I would like to welcome Mr. Konstantinos Gardikis, who is Director for Research and Development in Apivita SA, and Ioannis Mandalas, who is CEO at Meditera SA, as well as CEO of the Research Center for Masticha products. The moderator will once again be Mr. Haralambos Menemelis, who is the director of the Center of Excellence. Thank you, Ms. Theodoru. In this session, we want to touch upon something that is oxymoron. Tradition reminds us of something old. And many of us believe that we know quite a lot about it. However, the opposite is true. We have very limited knowledge of tradition. So what happens with those enterprises that make a different assumption? That is, that they have a lot more to learn about the tradition. What is the role of research in these enterprises, and how research helps in the transformation of tradition into new knowledge and innovation? Mr. Gardikis, from its foundation, Apivita has based its identity on the triptych nature, research, and innovation. And I would like to ask you, how have you used the tradition in order to develop some innovative approaches and innovative products? Basically, what Apivita thought in the beginning was that the epidemiological knowledge, and we should not forget that natural products, and by the way, since we're talking about the Greek identity, so these type of products, and especially in Greece, include food, medicines, which have been backed by clinical studies of many years. In other words, they have a considerably higher number of users compared to other tools. And even in the pharmaceutical science, inspiration comes from natural molecules that can be turned into something else, or on the development of something new from scratch. So, taking into consideration that we're talking about ingredients that have a huge tradition in terms of safety and effectiveness, the greatest challenge is how can you get all these ingredients, showcase them, understand the mechanisms behind them, and then transform them into something even safer and, of course, more effective. So the role of research pertains to the fact that a natural product, which is offered to us by nature itself in its raw form, and it tries by using the state-of-the-art tools in order to identify what lies inside these natural products, to separate the different parts of these products into the parts that can be used in order to make it safer and more effective, and the ingredients that you will get by using modern technologies and which can be turned into something that can be used by the human body, human organism, in a far better way. So research comes along in this effort, and research gets methods from nanotechnology, green chemistry, chemistry of natural products, as well as elements pertaining to environmental management, and physics. And so it uses all these different sciences and tools in order to make traditional products into something more effective. For example, a natural product that has 80 natural ingredients can be standardized so that we can always get the same product that includes all the necessary ingredients for hair growth, for example. We know that in order for hair to grow, specific ingredients need to be used and specific mechanisms need to be followed. And this all goes back to the DNA that we saw in the ground and even reaches to the field of chemistry and other science that will allow us to make this product that will be better assimilated by the human organism. So the natural products are a very complicated system, and as far as search evolves and grows, the better products we get. Mr. Mandalas, let's talk about masticha. In 1997, masticha oil got the designated origin label, and it has been designated by UNESCO as an intangible cultural legacy. During the last 2 decades, you have invested as Meditera, you have invested in research, and in 2019, you also established the Center for the Development of Masticha. And my question is, this plant is known since antiquity. Its properties are also known since antiquity. So why did you decide to invest in research in the 21st century? And what did you expect to gain from it? And allow me to say that the masticha product is produced on the island of Chios by the Association of Masticha Producers since 1938. Yes, this association was established in 1938, so very soon we will celebrate the 100th anniversary. 20 years ago, the decision we made to use financial resources in scientific research was part of the overall plan of the association. The members themselves admitted that they didn't know a lot about the production of that product, or that they had lost the knowledge that pre-existed the production. It was back then, but also today, that the term tradition describes difficulty in producing what you want to produce. We can see that in several cases. We can see some interesting products, for example, which, however, we don't remember exactly why they are part of our daily life. These products can be easily classified as traditional, as a result of limited knowledge about the product. And this is when tradition as a term becomes an obstacle, and it creates difficulties for the people who are involved in the tradition of that product. So it was then that we have disastrous results. So the decisions we took 20 years ago and that had to do with investing in knowledge, but also in making radical changes, was actually an admission that we knew far less about the product that we were called to manage. Would you like to give us a couple of examples of the investment you made in research and knowledge? Did these investments allow you to learn some useful things that you didn't know in the past? And how did you use this new knowledge? I would like to add to what Mr. Gardiki said earlier. We had many references about masticha since the ancient times. We had references from the 5th century BC that pertained to the healthy dimension of that product. And These references continued up to the Hellenistic period. The references are so many, and the use of masticha has been so extensive. That's why we assumed that it was also used in the kitchen. In the kitchen and in the cuisine of the area. But then most people focused on that aspect of the product that could be used in the local cuisine, and they forgot about the healthy properties of the product. But then there was a revival of interest in these healthy properties, and that is why we had to update our knowledge on these. We wouldn't be successful, we wouldn't ever be able to convince the consumers if we focused only on these first role of the product. That's why we tried to study, understand this product, and also we decided to invest significant financial resources in research about this product. So about from UNESCO, about from the designated origin, we have also the change of the sign of masticha. And now the label that goes with the packaging of these products actually mentions the healthy benefits of this specific product. And now we are in the position to negotiate in the context of international and Greek fora in a far different way compared to the way we negotiated 20 years ago. And many consumers don't know about that. Yes, it is now considered as a traditional medicine. Let's talk about Apivita. You are using propolis. The antimicrobial properties of propolis are well known, and I would like to ask what research has added to this ingredient, and has research revealed some new ways of using this ingredient? In order to carry on with the discussion from where we left it, but also wanting to add to what Mr. Mandala said earlier on about the natural products, I would like to say that, yes, the ancient Egyptians used this ingredient extensively. They were using propolis. Why were they using propolis? Because it had antimicrobial properties. In order to deal with sepsis in the times of ancient Egypt, the Egyptians were using propolis. Why is the question? Because when we are using the term propolis, in order to answer to your question, of course, we mean a sum of different ingredients. So propolis for a company like Apivita that has based its operation on propolis, it is not just an ingredient. It is actually 10 different categories of actions. And why is that the case? Because there are certain molecules included in propolis which are very different depending on the geographical area, depending on the flora of the area, and of course depending on the processing that propolis has undergone. Of course, all these mechanisms were not known to ancient Egyptians and ancient Chinese. The only thing they could see was this black thing in the beehive. They didn't know all the healthy properties of this ingredient. They couldn't know everything about it. Right now, we know that if we have the right conditions, if we place the beehives in specific places, having the right flora surrounding it, having specific sieves in order to collect propolis, and then by using some very innovative ways to process it. And by innovative ways, I mean innovative ways of isolating specific substances of propolis. We know that in the final product that can be used in different ways, in cosmetics, as a medicine, and others, we know which will be the exact properties. And we know very well that the antimicrobial properties of propolis are due to a specific quantity of ingredients like terpenia and flavonoids. And this proportion between the two has to be very precise. But as I said, we need to ensure that the beehive will be placed at the right position, that the flora surrounding it will be the required one, and all of these things have been established with the cooperation we had with universities and with many other interested parties. Moreover, if you visit PubMed, which is a huge scientific library about propolis, you will find thousands of results just for 2021. So you understand that there is a huge future just for one ingredient, propolis, masticha, for the case of Mr. Mandalas. These are very promising ingredients with a bright future because they constitute a world of ingredients which, with proper processing and with the right knowledge, can become very useful and effective.
Φυσικό συστατικό, παραδοσιακό, την πρόπολη, που πολλοί πολιτισμοί γνώριζαν ίσως στο παρελθόν αρκετά. Πώς αυτό μεταδίδεται και γίνεται ουσιαστικά μια οργανωσιακή προσέγγιση, μια στάση, για να μάθετε και να εκμεταλλευτείτε πιθανώς στοιχεία της φυσικής παράδοσης, τα οποία δεν ξέρουμε πάρα πολλά και ξέρουμε ότι γνωρίζουμε ότι δεν γνωρίζουμε. Και θα ήθελα να μου επιτρέψετε να βάλω ως παράδειγμα εδώ τα μικροφύκη, το οποίο και αυτό είναι στοιχείο της παράδοσης. Σε αντίθεση με την πρόπολη, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, γνωρίζουμε ελάχιστα και μέχρι πριν από λίγα χρόνια οι αντίστοιχες μελέτες πρέπει να ήταν πάρα πολύ λίγες. Πώς λειτουργεί η έρευνα μέσα στην επιχείρηση αυτό? Να πάρετε ένα στοιχείο το οποίο πραγματικά ούτε έχει χρησιμοποιηθεί πολύ και η γνώση είναι πολύ περιορισμένη.
Ναι, στα μικροφύκη παρεμπιπτόντως ήταν μια από τις τελευταίες μας πατέντες. Αυτό είναι ένα πολύ ωραίο case study. Ας πούμε, να ξεκινήσουμε από εκεί και να το πάμε προς τα πίσω. Είναι μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα πατέντα, ένα σύμπλοκο μικροφυκών μαζί με πρόπολη, τα οποία ουσιαστικά δίνει ένα πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον boost στο κομμάτι της προστασίας του δέρματος από την ηλιακή ακτινοβολία, boost στα αντιλιακά φίλτρα. Δρά δηλαδή ως ένα εξαιρετικό πρόσθετο στα αντιλιακά, το οποίο διατηρεί την τρισδιάστατη δομή του δέρματος. Και αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο είδαμε για ένα πολύ συγκεκριμένο μικροφύκο, το οποίο δεν είχε ερευνηθεί ποτέ πριν στα καλλυντικά, σε ένα μεγάλο ερευνητικό έργο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης που ξεκίνησε το 2011 και ολοκληρώθηκε το 2016 σε συνεργασία με το Εθνικό Ίδρυμα Ερευνών της Γαλλίας, μια πολύ καινοτόμα εταιρεία παραγωγής μικροφυκών με πολύ οργανωμένο εργαστήριο μοριακής βιολογίας στην Ισπανία και το Γεωπονικό Πανεπιστήμιο στην Αθήνα. Ψάξαμε λοιπόν πολλά καινούργια είδη μικροφυκών από τη Μεσόγειο θάλασσα, με φόκους φυσικά στο Αιγαίος που μας ενδιαφέρει, και είδαμε μετά από πάρα πολλές δοκιμές στον μηχανισμό δράσης πάνω στα ανθρώπινα κύτταρα, ένα συγκεκριμένο μικροφύκος με μια πολύ συγκεκριμένη καλλιεργητική μέθοδο και μια πολύ συγκεκριμένη φυσικά και χειλιστική διαδικασία. Μας πήρε 4 χρόνια και περίπου 3.000 trials and errors, έτσι, αυτή η διαδικασία. Καταλήξαμε σε αυτή τη συγκεκριμένη χρήση, την οποία την πατεντάραμε και είναι το εμβληματικό συστατικό που υπάρχει μαζί με την πρόπολη, δηλαδή ως κόμπλεξ σε όλη μας την αντιλιακή σειρά. Αυτό είναι ένα παράδειγμα ότι, για παράδειγμα, στα καλλυντικά προϊόντα δεν είχε ερευνηθεί ποτέ αυτή η χρήση. Αυτό είναι πολύ δύσκολο να το κάνει μόνη της μία βιομηχανία, να πει ότι ωραία, θα βουτήξω στην Μεσόγειο θάλασσα, θα μαζέψω μικροφύκη και θα κάνουμε πολύ πολύπλοκες, ας πούμε, και κοστοβόρες φυσικά και χρονοβόρες διαδικασίες, την ανάλυση από το γενετικό τους προφίλ, για να μπορούμε να κάνουμε μια ταυτοποίηση, και βέβαια το χημικό του προφίλ, τι περιέχει μέσα αυτό το πράγμα, και μετά τη βιολογική του δράση, που είναι φυσικά αυτό που στο τέλος της ημέρας μας ενδιαφέρει. Τέτοια προγράμματα για φυσικά προϊόντα ανακοινώνονται συνεχώς από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και άλλους μεγάλους φορείς που δύναται να τα χρηματοδοτήσουν, και είναι πράγματα τα οποία πραγματικά για να αξιοποιήσεις, για να αναγνωρίσεις τη χρησιμότητα και να δεις σε βάθος αυτό που λέμε με high throughput screening, μπορεί να χρειαστεί να δεις χιλιάδες, ας πούμε, διαφορετικούς οργανισμούς. Χρειάζεται χρηματοδότηση. Και αυτό είναι κάτι στο οποίο συμμετέχουμε, γιατί ουσιαστικά μπορούμε να ακουμπήσουμε κομμάτια φυσικών συστατικών και παραδοσιακών συστατικών, τα οποία είναι αδύνατον να τα ερευνήσεις με οποιοδήποτε άλλο τρόπο, εκτός αν είσαι φοβερά τυχερός. Πας στην παραλία σου, μαζέψεις κάτι, πέσεις πάνω, ας πούμε, σε κάτι το οποίο είναι διαμάντι. Αυτό δεν συμβαίνει βέβαια στην πραγματικότητα. Τώρα, για παράδειγμα, ολοκληρώσαμε μόλις ένα πολύ μεγάλο πρόγραμμα αξίας, χρηματοδότησης 7,5 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ, το οποίο μελέτησε 3.500 νέους
program. Another example for a program is a certain type of microorganisms at the darker parts of the sea that has millions of microorganisms. We studied 3,000 of them, and the cost of this project was 7.5 million euros. So we are going to use to exploit this project and the data that have been published for our cosmetics. Other companies are going to make medicine from them, or other kinds of materials, or food, because the food needs of people can also be covered after these kinds of research. Of course, networking is very important in research and in businesses. You don't want to focus just on small parts of knowledge, but you need to widen up your antennae and have good, close cooperation with different types of experts. That's the only way to go. So what about communication with the consumer? How do you communicate this type of knowledge which is useful for the consumer? Mr. Mandalas, how do you do this? On the one hand, you have Greek consumers who traditionally know that mastic has a specific use. On the other hand, you have foreign consumers, because you have a very differentiated market. Because in some countries they don't know mastic, they haven't used them or tasted them ever. So how did you build your communication strategy? Indeed, some 2 decades ago, we carried out a lot of changes. Communication was just one part of this change of strategy. Actually, this was the first time in our company that we determined a strategy, and the most important way was to have some outlets, shops, that would be the window for our products to the consumers, because they could come there and meet our pure products. But this means that we should design the packaging, and we should design the products so that the consumers could be attracted to them. But of course, nobody likes unknown products, so we had to run a communication campaign at the same time. At some time, mastic was used only for certain candies and nothing more. Nevertheless, in our neighborhood in the Mediterranean, we have used the mastic in food and cooking and patisserie a lot. When we first introduced the larger audiences, the public, to some mastic recipes, people were astonished, and they received that very well. Also in Europe, we have seen mastic being used for various cosmetics or even drugs. So we had different expectations from the public. The answer that we gave to this question was the mastica shop, the outlet that would exhibit all our products to the consumers. This is the most efficient way to communicate with our consumers. We also had a specific aesthetic there. We had a specific environment and a habitat for our mastic products, actually, which are important for our company. So after 2 decades, it seemed that our great effort was efficient. Our performance was boosted. Of course, we have done a lot of research throughout this period. And now we can use our raw materials for different types of applications. We connected these efforts with many new things in Greece. We still remember with satisfaction our first major campaign in Attica. We connected mastic with everything that was new in Attica. So along with the airport, the new cafes downtown, mastic was introduced as something new for the Athenian lifestyle. So we wouldn't say anything, we just showed people that mastic was the new trend. So this helped a lot because we attracted the attention of the consumers. And soon they embraced us and they liked our products. Have you seen any change in the exports you make? The product mix that you export, has it changed? Yes, we have seen a lot of changes as regards the exports of raw mastic has changed a lot. Of course, this is not a historical, as we call them, market in the area of, in our area, in the Mediterranean. It's mainly the Asian markets that import our product. And especially pharmaceuticals ask for our raw material. At the same time, we see that Europe also welcomes our products, and the USA as well. Mastic liquor, which is our local limoncello, is very popular. Also, we have some gourmet products, as for example, which are more welcomed abroad. A question for you: how much do you base your work on your associates and the producers?
So, Apivita first. First of all, with regard to natural products, sourcing is not the Z, but it is certainly the A of the process. In Greece, we don't have a modern cultivating culture, which of course necessitates extensive knowledge of agronomy and of modern techniques that have to do with the sustainable cultivation, with the preservation of specific species, with the primary processing that is required before it becomes a final product. In other words, how you can dry up the raw material, how you can store it, how can you dispatch it. There are few, and they are all biologically certified companies. There are also independent producers who have this expertise. I repeat that they are very few. However, there is a trend of new scientists, young scientists, agronomists, or scientists of other sectors to use the state-of-the-art tools for sustainable cultivation and so on and so forth. And the same, of course, stands for beehiving. And this is a trend, actually, that is very interesting and which we support 100% by research programs, by investment products, but also at the commercial level. In other words, we have developed a lot of programs through which we train young producers with regard to all the aspects that pertain to their entrepreneurship. Moreover, some founded perceptions about cultivation, which are old-fashioned, are still strong. However, we avoid them as much as we can. For us, in order to get the final product we want, it is important to pursue the modern method of cultivating and processing the raw materials. And you, Mr. Mandalas, yes, for us, the results are more measurable. The association of the masticha producers is responsible for the process that needs to be followed, for the development of knowledge pertaining to the product. Moreover, any cultivation needs to abide by a specific protocol. During the last 5 years, the association invests heavily in supporting cultivation and other relevant processes for the producers by setting up 4th support centers in southern Chios. And we also hope that the new research center for masticha will be able to provide services that will pertain to precision agriculture and organization of agriculture on a different basis. I would like to thank you very much for taking part in this second session of the symposium. I wish all the best to the research undertaken by the Masticha Research Center, and I wish all the success to your future endeavors. I would also like to thank you for the very optimistic and clear message you conveyed to us. That is how important scientific research and innovation is, so that new competitive products can be created. Thank you. Now we will take a very short break and we will be with you for the next discussion that will touch upon Greek tradition as competitive advantage. Please stay with us.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη.
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω.
I would like to welcome you in the third session of our second leadership forum. We are speaking about tradition as a competitive advantage. I want to remind you that if you want, you can submit your questions. And let us first welcome our speakers, Mrs. Carpodini, head of the PR department of the Museum of Syncretic Art, and Mr. Tsichlis, director of marketing Greek Hotel. Mrs. Karavasili is going to moderate the panel. Good morning. Welcome. We're very happy that we are with us. The Greek tradition as a competitive advantage. Many companies in their first steps are very new and do not have any tradition whatsoever. So they try to build their identity on very well-known elements of the Greek tradition. Mr. Tsichli, a very central element of the Greek tradition is hospitability in the various versions of it. Greek Hotel, a chain of hotels, started more than 40 years ago to provide hospitality services. Would you like to speak to us about the role that the Greek, this Greek company plays? Of course. Thank you for your invitation, and good morning. I would like to say a few things so that our audiences understand what we do. The Skalodonakis Greek Hotel group of companies has been active in Greece for more than 45 years. It has 40 units all over Greece. Today, Evros, Chalkidiki, Larissa, Athens, Sunio, Peloponnese, Kalamata, Mykonos, Kos, Rhodos, and Crete. At the moment, we received 350,000 visitors per year in 2019. More than 2 billion nights. We have an extended network and representation all over Greece. The founder of the group, Mr. Daskalonakis, comes from Crete, Rethymnon. That's where he was born and raised. And 1 out of 3 employees in the company, as me as well, come from Crete. So there is a very strong sense of identity in all our teams. And everything starts from the vision of Mr. Daskalonakis, with his generous, nature of the Cretan homes. Daskalonakis understood early on that tourism is the future for this country. He always had in mind that the secret is to welcome your customers as if they were visitors in your house. So this was a major problem and the major secret at the same time when you want to create a community out of the 6,000 employees of the group. But in Greece, we are lucky because we have the ingredients. We are extrovert as people, proud, we love life, we are curious. So if we add to all the aforementioned lifelong learning trainings, I think that this vision can be serviced by all our people. So for us, Greek tradition today is indeed our identity, the source of our inspiration. But what is our tradition? This is a contemporary tradition. It gives you advantages nowadays in the difficult times we go through. It is a tradition that you maintain through various cooperations, but that characterizes your identity, the identity of your company and of your work. So this is the foundation of our work. And it's not accidental that our name is Greek Hotel. We feel as if we are the representatives of the Greek culture internationally, or in whatever we do. And I think that our people are the ambassadors of the Greek way of living. Thank you very much. You make us wonder when we're going to travel again. Now, Mrs. Floru, who is founder of Anasa Organic. In 2013, you founded your company, Anasa, and you started promoting via the products the traditional use of various herbs and the healthy way of living, a healthy lifestyle based on the material, the elements coming from the earth. Thank you very much for the invitation. The love that we had for our country and herbs led us, me with Mariana Matteo, my partner, to work with herbs and create Anasa Organics. The soil and subsoil of our country, plus the climate we have here, have given us very important and aromatic herbs, very beneficial to the human organism when they are consumed. So we just wanted to create a series in order to promote these herbs. In Greece, we have more than 7,500 plants, 1,200 of which are endemic, meaning that they grow only in Greece. This is a huge number for a small country like us. When we started, we had to study a lot because we wanted to learn a lot about herbs. So we cooperated with the Aristotle University at Thessaloniki. We built a group with the participation of agriculturists, botanists, chemists. So we managed to learn as much as we can. In Athens, also, we cooperate with the Pharmaceutics School of the University of Athens in order to make the analysis that are necessary to understand what kind of chemical substances exist inside a cup of beverage that we drink to cool out in the afternoon. We managed to find out which are the most important herbs in our country after several surveys that we conducted, how this can be harvested, how they can be packaged. So our packaging is equal to the quality of the herbs because we wanted to marry the tradition of drinking herbs with the current ways of lifestyle. So we promoted a new, brand new packaging with traditional herbs. Maybe we can speak about your packaging too, because some people don't know your products. Our first package is from metal. We have filters and wooden fixtures so that a person can, an individual can create the beverage they want quickly, keeping the quality very high. Now, Mrs. Carpodini, head of the PR department of the Cycladic Museum. You have told us that in your museum you are trying to approach the ancient objects via new modern views. Would you like to speak about this dynamic relation that combines, on the one hand, an ancient object, the Cycladic statues, and a modern view? Thank you very much for your invitation. I would like to say that the Museum of Cycladic Art is a middle-sized museum at the center of Athens that has a very large collection of antiquities and ancient objects. Our main focus is the civilization of the Cyclades, which in our collection is one of the most significant in the world. When somebody comes to visit our museum, understands that Cycladic culture that was developed 5,000 years ago was human-centered. It was inspired by the human life, and this is shown on the artifacts they made. We can see this in the clarity of the materials, the minimalistic forms. This was always an inspiration for artists, Modigliani, for example, or Giacometti, Brancusi, Picasso. They were inspired from the forms of the Cycladic statuettes. And on this philosophy, on this logic, we decided to marry the ancient with the modern. So we have a new series of exhibitions, the so-called divine dialogues, where we combine antiquities, like, for example, the François vase from Florence, with figurines, with the Cycladic figurines, and with contemporary work, like Ai Weiwei, Duombly, or Picasso. So this meeting that takes place is the starting point of a dialogue in between the ancient and the modern, innovation and tradition, what is steady and what is variable. Apart from these series, though, series of exhibitions, we also have some exhibitions with antiquities that focus on human life and feelings. For example, love, progress, death. These exhibitions follow very innovative ways, and we try to satisfy all senses of the visitor. From the color of the walls up to the language that we're using on our information material, or the various digital exhibits that complement our exhibition at the museum. All these complement this experience of the visitor and enhance it. Another way to combine tradition with the modern trends and modern needs is the effort to renew the ways we communicate with certain groups of people that were considered to be excluded from the museums. For example, refugees or immigrants, or the people with disability, or the elderly who live in houses, in homes, elderly homes. The modern social need asks from the museums to be open, and that's why we were always open in dialogues, in cooperations, and we want to believe that we are a museum open to everyone.
This is true. You said quite a lot of things, and in the discussion we had in the past, you talked about some very beautiful and new things. What is it that you do in order to assist the visitor who visits your place or the online visitor to get a comprehensive experience of this tradition? And what have you seen as a trend emerging? We have always tried to be innovative and pioneering in the way we present and we exhibit the cultural material. However, now I want to make a distinction between pro and post-COVID times. I explained to you how we are trying to enrich and assist the visitor once they enter to one of our rooms to immerse themselves into a new experience, to create a new world around him. And we do that because we believe that this is the only way in which the experience will be unforgettable and will mark them for life. One way of enriching the visit is an application that Clio Muse has developed. It's an application that anyone can download on their mobile phones. And while they are watching the exhibition, they can actually consult some very interesting texts that can be found in the application and that regard specific exhibits. In these texts, useful information can be found, and of course, once the visit has been completed, you can revisit these texts anytime you want. You may sit at a cafeteria and want to revisit these texts, or maybe you want to be reminded of the previous visit you had in the museum. Again, you can have access to these texts. And this application was presented to our public just before the COVID-19 crisis broke out. It was then that the museum realized that it should turn towards meeting the needs of the digital visitor. So now we're talking about virtual visits. During the first quarantine, but even now, and by the way, tomorrow we are opening, all the best, thank you very much. So we are now talking about the need to meet the needs of a virtual visitor, the need to provide virtual tours to our visitors. And this can actually be ensured via our site. A digital visitor can access our site and get a tour in the virtual space, in the virtual exhibition. The visitors can see the exhibits, learn about the exhibits, and the exhibits, by the way, are placed just as they are in the natural space. Other ways that we developed in order to promote the virtual visit and to promote the virtual contact with the audience are the Zoom workshops or the Zoom visits to our exhibitions. We tried to enrich the school digital environment also with school visits to our museum exhibitions. Unfortunately, for the time being, we don't have the possibility to welcome families or school classes to our venues. That's why we decided to provide them with this virtual tour possibility. Other digital initiatives that we took, they have to do with visits to houses for the elderly. Other digital actions that we implemented, the videos that we upload. Moreover, our site is constantly updated. We understand that the digital material enriches the physical experience, but due to the pandemic, the virtual tour has replaced the physical one. However, our objective is to ensure the physical visit at all times, because a physical visit cannot possibly be substituted by anything else. Until that happens, we can utilize the digital in order to enrich the physical. That's why in our strategic axis, we have incorporated a concept which is called phygital, which is actually the marriage between the physical experience enriched with the digital experience. This is very important indeed. It is also important because you give people the opportunity to visit your venues, people who couldn't come to Athens, for example, in order to visit your museum. Yes, you are absolutely right. Even the physical space creates certain constraints. And I will give you an example. We digitalized the platform for the presentation of our educational contest that has been running for the last 7 years. Last year, we had more than 25,000 students taking part in this contest from Greek and foreign schools. And as you can understand, that we didn't have the space to host so many thousands of works of art. However, these works of art were uploaded on the platform, and anyone who was interested in seeing them was able to do so. Very, very nice. Thank you very much. Miss Floru, let's come back to you, to Anasa Organics. I would like to ask you, what have you added to the utilization of the Greek herbs? What actually differentiates you from the rest? When we first started, we made a research of the Greek market in order to identify the existing products. And we observed that many of these products were premium in terms of packaging, but also in terms of the marketing. They were lagging behind in terms of quality. Many of these products were being enriched with artificial flavors so that they had a beautiful flavor and taste once mixed in water. The Greek products do not need to be enriched since they are rich in essential oils. Back then, we also observed that there were no packaging that was worthy of the quality of the Greek herbs. And this was actually an obstacle that we had to encounter, that we had to overcome if we wanted to have access to big, both local and foreign markets. Back then, when one wanted to drink a beverage of a herb, they needed to have some cutlery. That's why we thought of including this cutlery in our packaging. You remember, we have this small piece of wood, we have this small textile bag that is used in order to ensure that the ritual will be followed. The next packaging we came up with, that was 1.5 years ago, were ready-made portions. And we decided to do that because we wanted to provide people who wanted to have a quality beverage with the opportunity to do so in a quick way. Again, these ready-made products abide by the quality of the Greek herbs and also by the serving methods that we have patented as a company. The truth is that new markets have been opened to us thanks to that. And apart from the Greek market, where our products can be found in many supermarkets, now the cafeterias and the hotels have opened the doors to us because they want to provide the customers with a Greek traditional beverage. Right now, we are exporting to approximately 19 countries in Europe, to the UK, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Russia, but we also export to Japan, Korea, and we will soon start a cooperation with the United States. What we have observed is a deep love for the Greek herbs. The deep herbs are deeply respected and appreciated abroad. And this, of course, fills us with joy because this is exactly what we want to do, make the Greek herbs known all around the world. And of course, we want to contribute to the increase of production of these herbs here in Greece. So I would say, in a nutshell, that what we tried to do was to marry the wonderful flavor of the Greek herbs with a modern way of serving them in a package that is worthy of a modern branding. Yes, the ritual is beautiful. It's captivating. Yes, even with the ready-made products, we have managed to maintain this beautiful ritual. It is a great pleasure to see all these people loving our products. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tsichlis. Mr. Tsichlis, I would like to ask you, in what ways has Greek Hotel evolved hospitality? In what ways has it developed hospitality even further in Greece during the last 30 years? Look, as I said, the source of inspiration has always been the Greek hospitality. This was disseminated to all the people of our group. All the people have become more resourceful in the way they provide this hospitality. The first basic part is the architecture, the image of your space. We want this to reflect the uniqueness of Greek hospitality. Anyone who has visited our hotel at Sunio has witnessed an ancient temple built with respect to modern specifications, fully harmonized with the Greek landscape that can be found at that place. And the energy is indescribable. Yes, there is there a forest close to an archaeological site, and the hotel that has been built there respects this landscape and the ancient temple. If someone visits our hotel in Mykonos, they will find the traditional architecture that is based on the use of the white and blue color. If someone visits our hotel in Olympia, they will find a spa that is identical to the spa of Philippos that was there. In those spas, Greek herbs and products are used. All the villas are built around atrium, just as it was the architecture in the past. If someone visits Corfu, they will see the palazzo, the well-known palazzo, built as miniatures, let's say, where all the visitors can stay just next to the sea. Moreover, the indigenous plants, the indigenous flora, the herbs, all the gardens, everything reflects this Greek spirit and the Greek hospitality. Moreover, the way a hotel is set up is very important. There is the central square, just like there is in the Greek villages, where all the events are taking place. All the visitors gather in that square in order to eat, to get to know one another, to have fun, to have a walk. It is the experience of holidays and of life here in Greece that influences the way we build our hotels. As I said, the first thing we ensure is that these hotels respect the landscape. We know that the landscape is particular here in Greece. That is why all the hotels respect that. They reflect this respect to the landscape, to the environment, to the visitor. This is what we have been striving for since the beginning, and we have managed to succeed. Then, we have the luck of having a cuisine that is wonderful, a cuisine that has attracted the interest of many around the world. All the chefs are excited to work here in Greece because of the wealth of raw materials. And that is why we have seen so many chefs attending seminars that we have organized, chefs taking part in trips abroad in order to get specialized in the way they use fish, meat, cold cuisine, chefs that are constantly on the look for new ways to showcase the Greek character and the Greek spirit of the cuisine. Because, you know, in the past, there was the Greek cuisine on the one hand and all the cuisines on the other. And the people in the hotels were trying to combine these two sides. Now, however, we have opted for the Greek cuisine, and more specifically for the Greek breakfast. We have now the so-called Greek detox breakfast. Why? Because there was this vivid interest by the visitors to discover the authentic Greek cuisine. So you can see that there has been a very important creative effort in order to promote the Greek cuisine. And many times this cuisine is married with elements of foreign cuisines. We have menus, for example, inspired by different myths, the myths of Ulysses. We have, the myth of Theseus. So, people who visit our hotel in Sunio, where the myth of Theseus took place, have the opportunity to taste a menu that is adapted to that myth. Moreover, the waiter who serves these people provides explanations of the myth, and they allow the visitors to become parts of that myth.
Γαστρονομικών που έχει στο εξωτερικό. Μεγάλη προσπάθεια λοιπόν στην κουζίνα.
Great effort made for the promotion of the Greek cuisine, an effort that has been acknowledged by our visitors. And with regard to the breakfast, you remember that in the past there were these long buffets that provided anything one could think of, fish, olives, anything. Now, if you visit a hotel of ours, you will see that there is no longer a buffet. Now there is only a selected collection of products served. There will be very few people there in order to serve, and all these actually increase and strengthen the Greek identity and the Greek spirit. And thanks to the live contact we have with our visitors, we can see at first hand their reaction. We can also run some pilot actions in order to see what results we can get, in order to improve the experience we offer to the visitors.
Κουζίνα λοιπόν μια τεράστια παράδοση.
So the cuisine is a huge tradition. Mediterranean cuisine, Mediterranean diet is very important. We have, as a country, the legendary extra virgin olive oil. We use these wonderful products. And by the way, I will talk to you about Agreco, which is a farm of Recotel. The products of Agreco are now recognized as brand names and can be found at the duty-frees of the country. In other words, we have followed the rationale that the visitor, after having tasted the raw material and having realized the uniqueness of these materials, they will look for it at the duty-frees. And if, of course, the packaging is beautiful and if the presentation is beautiful, then success is guaranteed. And when these visitors go back to their country, they will have become the ambassadors of the Greek hospitality and of the Greek spirit. So this farm, Agraco, uses traditional methods for the cultivation of raw materials, just as they did in the past. And it uses these methods in a very picturesque village. So the visitors of the hotel can visit this village. They can take part in a tour, and they can also take part in some experiential activities that are purely seasonal. For example, it is the harvest time. They are taking part in relevant activities. Moreover, then there is a time to collect and harvest the grapes in order to make wine. This is exactly what they do. They contribute to the harvesting of grapes. They can also take part in other activities. And all this is a unique and hard to find experience for any European. We have clients that have traveled around the world and have never encountered activities like that. These are the people who express their interest and their enthusiasm about these activities, and these are the people who actually become the ambassadors of the Greek hospitality.
Και προσφέρεται στον επισκέπτη. Από εκεί πέρα...
Πότε ξεκίνησατε με...
When did you start with the Agreco? 2004. 2004. It started as a farm. It has expanded its range of products. And its objective is to show to the local producers which are the organic methods that the clients want, of course. And at the same time, it acts as a laboratory of future trends, of what will be used by the hotels in the future. Honey, yogurt, milk, anything you can think of. But I repeat that the most attractive thing is the experience it offers to the visitors. The visitors have the opportunity to consume traditional Greek products, take part in traditional harvesting methods, and this is what it is offered by this farm.
Of course. So let's ask Mrs. Theodorou whether we have some questions. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so I cannot read out all the questions, but I'm just asking Mr. Tsichlis, what about the social distancing era? How do you remain a super brand? It is true that social distancing is an enemy of tourism. Our flag has hands-on, being in contact with people. The director of the hotel, for example, carries the luggages of the people, and they kiss each other goodbye when they leave, and they feel like a family. And so this is a great challenge for us. Inevitably, the new technologies, the contactless technologies, push you towards new directions, and this will influence the future. And you have to complement this kind of technologies with personal contact, find more opportunities to speak with the customer, find more opportunities to cover their needs, find more opportunities so that they understand who you are and what your product is, and so that they get to know you. And as Barbara said, the digital has to come closer to the physical presence, because that's the era. We live in hybrid times. So we do want digital platforms, the app of the hotel that tells you where to go and what to find. Yes, though, that we have to stand to be with the customers and speak with them. We want to have butler services so that they can service and share the experience they have had from their own career. Of course, we are in turbulent times, but we are going to be adjusted. And the solution is to keep up with our quality and being present when you give your product to the consumer. These are the first things that I can say. Ms. Theodorou, one last question. What is your relation with the producers all over Greece, Mrs. Florou? We have traveled all over Greece, and we do travel now because we want to find producers who keep up, who comply with the rules that we have set. I believe that we have very good relation with them. Many producers trust us, want to work with us. They send us samples. We also have some permanent associates who know our processes. For example, they know how we need to receive the herbs. We have specific rules regarding the specifications of harvesting and transporting. We cooperate with the pathologic laboratory of the pharmaceutics school in Athens, and we make our own analysis on the herbs that we receive because we want top quality. I believe that we have a very good relation and we try to help them as much as we can by providing high quality products. I would like to thank you all. We had many questions. We didn't have time though to ask them. Yes, indeed, I was a bit anxious because I was seeing the clock down there. Anyway, thank you. I wish success to everything you do. Indeed, we wish we had more time for more questions, but we don't have the time. So we're having a 15 minutes break now, and we'll come back at 12:45 for our next session, Greek Tradition as Entrepreneurial Turn.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες, τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλώς ήρθατε.
Welcome in the fourth session of our second Symposium of Creative Leadership. I would like to remind you that you can submit your questions in the field under the screen on your YouTube channel. We have with us Mr. Vasilis Papagiannakos from the Papagiannakos Wine Brewery and Mr. Trikalinos from Trikalinos Company. Haralabos Menemelis is going to moderate the discussion. Thank you, Ms. Theodoro. The idea for this session's discussion came after the observation of a very significant similarity between the interviews of the two speakers. Both said that they received from their families enterprises with an identity and representing very important values. And they both said that they wanted to create something new so that as to expand this identity. So throughout the discussion, maybe it is a good opportunity to think upon two issues. First, sometimes the only way to keep a tradition vivid is to intervene with it and guide it towards different orientations, directions. And the second is the role of the leaders of these traditional enterprises, when somebody has to be a treasurer of the past, but also visionary and a pioneer towards new eras. Mr. Papagiannakos, you have been born into a family with a great winery tradition in Mesogia. Your family has had a winery for years. Your grandfather started in 1919, so you had the centennial celebration the year before last year. You undertook the head of this enterprise in 1999. Until that moment, Retsina was one of the main products of your company, sold in bulk. But at some point, under your leadership, you decided to turn towards bottled wine products. When I was a young child, actually, after 15, within this family, I started experimenting with Retsina. I wanted to see how we could create some different types of wine with less Retsina inside. So I found the values and the dynamics of the varieties. A very good Retsina could have many secrets to be revealed. On the other hand, it was very disturbing that the long hours of my father's work gave a message to the consumers. Our Retsina was sold in bulk, in tavernas, in restaurants, without any signature. Nobody knew that this was our wine. So after my studies in Greece and abroad, when I came back to the company, I undertook the winery, and I had the time to implement my vision from the picture to the bottle, to the label. I tried utilizing more secrets of Savatiano variety and started bottling my wine so that people would know our name by branding our name in our winery and the variety, and at the same time turning into a different line of production. So in 1991, you start, and 4 years later, Mr. Trikalinos undertakes his own company. And your company, Mr. Trikalinos, since 1856, produces important products for the Greek tradition. It was bulk, in your case, again, fish eggs were sold in bulk for 1 century approximately, and you started packaging the product. Thank you very much for inviting me in this panel. Thank you for the question. You gave the answer yourself in your introduction, but it's different to deal with a product in bulk and different to have it in other types. And our decision to turn the traditional caviar, fish eggs, into a product that would be very attractive to the consumers in a different form, though, was very challenging. We created a gourmet product out of a very well-known bulk product. The gourmet product would be very expensive, and the whole process was time-consuming and expensive. The cost was high, but we wanted to research our product a lot and give the consumers a very healthy product without too much salt and very tasty. So what about your experience? How does the consumer and the market receive these efforts? Mr. Papagiannakos, how do you convince the sommelier, the restaurant industry, the consumers? How do you convince them about your quality? Because actually, you wanted to rebrand tradition to them. Indeed, our identity, rather, our consumers, firstly, were the network of distributors, not the end users who drank the wine. But it's true that the Sabatiano variety was a very tasty one, is a very tasty one, and people liked it. The point was that we didn't have the access to them, direct access, but only through the distributors. So the channel to reach them was the international expansion of our company. After we were well known internationally, then the Greek consumers started changing their mentality, their mindset, because they believed that Sabatiano is only for a Tina wine, for nothing else. But then they started changing. International success gave us our Greek success. So do you think that you have completed this part where Sabatiano is now accepted? We are very confident indeed. For many years we have worked hard. I have seen that consumers love Sabatiano. And I think that all the other consumers who don't drink Retsina or Sabatiano now, they will in the imminent future. Mr. Trikalinos, you spoke about a produce of that very well known to a local community, but totally unknown to other communities. You also spoke about health. I would like some more information about the health dimension in your product and how you managed to introduce fish eggs to the cuisines of the restaurants and the kitchens of the houses, of the households. We took a product that was salty, dried. When you tasted, it was too salty actually. And of course, any consumer with cardiac disease, for example, could not consume it. We have lowered salinity to almost 0%, under 2% for sure. So now you can taste all the spectrum of the bitterness and the acidity of the eggs themselves, of this caviar. We have done research. The Chemistry and Food Journal of US has published one of our studies that says that this is a very beneficial food for the human organism. It clears the arteries and does a lot of good to your organism. That's what it said, this paper. But of course, we need to reintroduce consumers to this product. So we inserted into the packaging instructions for use, and we started rebranding our product so that people could know it. We were very successful to have a team with experience. They managed to approach chefs, and with simple set recipes, we managed to create very good products. And then we would want to food stores, grocery stores, to restaurants, cooking schools. And we can also come to your school. We could come to the college and present our product along with the wines of Mr. Papagiannakos. It is a good opportunity that we can design a cooking school at the tertiary education. I think it's going to be very useful. We have tried hard for 13 years, but now we're ready to harvest the fruit. One thing that we should pinpoint in your enterprises, both enterprises, is that you are very extrovert. You export 75%, Mr. Manolakos, to 20 countries. Was it easier for you or more difficult to win the foreign consumer who didn't know the Savaiano variety?
Undoubtedly, it was easier to export abroad, despite the increased cost and despite all the work that had to be done. It was far easier to convince the consumers abroad, who were getting excited more easily, but also convince the wine specialists, since it was an indigenous variety with a long history. And this actually helped us a lot, because it is a history of ancient Athens. So you can understand that by drinking this wine, the consumers were thinking of ancient Athens, of Socrates, of Plato, of all the philosophical discussions that were taking place back then. And they were imagining that these ancient philosophers were consuming the same wine. So this long history and tradition was very attractive to the foreign consumers, who embraced our effort and our product. It was very important for us to choose the right partners who would recommend this wine to the networks, and we actually made the right choice, but we have always focused on the quality of wine. And thanks to that high quality, all the doors started to open very quickly. And this is how we managed to export our product to so many countries, and also to convey this message of optimism, and also to revive the memories of ancient Greece. People who consume the product feel as if they are consuming the sun and the sea of Greece. In order to link a little bit the flavor, the history, and the experience that one gets. How have you managed to combine all these things? And can you elaborate on the effort you made? Look, showcasing the variety in the same space had to abide by all the principles and the philosophy that govern the winemaking tradition and the winemakers as a group. Of course, I'm talking about sustainability, I'm talking about the ecological footprint, I'm talking about the emphasis we place to combating climate change. In other words, the winemaker should be environmentally friendly. That is why it's the first bioclimatic winemaker in Greece. It has been designed in a way as to welcome people and allowing people to take part in this experience. We have the great joy to meet the consumers and to have an interactive relation with them. And this leads to an experience that involves flavor, history, tradition, and many symbolisms. Mr. Trikalinos, I know that you are very proud of the international course of Trikalinos fish eggs. I would like you to say a few words about how this product became well known internationally and about your experts. And if I'm not mistaken, you have fierce competition from other countries that produce the same product. Yes, we have competition from Italy, France, Spain. But when it comes to quality, there is no doubt that we are, if not equal, better. A Spanish friend who produces jamón, possibly the best jamón ever, has said that the disadvantage of Trikalinos is that it can be found in a small country. If it was produced by a big country, things would be different. Look, good food is culture, is civilization. And here comes the question. How can a country with so many millions of visitors experienced this crisis? This happened because we hadn't showcased the gastronomic tourism. Once the biggest chef of the world, Ferran Adrià, got to know our product, he immediately embraced it, and he thought that it was an alternative to caviar. He also wrote a book entitled The 30 Best Foods in the World, and we were included in the list. And in Barcelona, where a large-scale exhibition was organized, our product was found there. Actually, the exhibition started with a picture of the Acropolis and a picture of me and my father and the product. It was a very moving time for me, very emotional. He also thanked us for producing such products that help them in their turn to improve their cuisine. Alan Richman, one of the most famous journalists in America, asked me to present to him 7 plates that could be part of a menu that would attract the interest of gastronomical visitors. So he comes in Greece, he sees what he has to see, then he goes back and he writes that Trikalinos fish eggs is possibly the best type of caviar in the world. Then the Asia Travel Channel comes and actually films a very long show dedicated to our product. Many other newspapers like Washington Post, New York Times, also Spiegel magazine when we had, the conflict with Germany, all these actually dedicated whole pages to us. Other TV channels have talked about our product in the news. These are all very important things, which unfortunately our country does not make the most of. 2013, our product was presented to the Congress of the United States as one of the best foods in the world and one of the most healthy foods in the world. No Greek channel actually covered that. And since flavor and quality are 2 concepts that cannot be influenced by any linguistic or other sort of limitations, our product travels to Europe, Russia, Asia, Arab countries, United States. And since 2009, we can be found in the 100 best restaurants in the world. We can also be found in a good delicatessen like Pedrosian, Caviar House, Caviari in Italy, Vine del Luca, Globus Gourmet, and others. Of course, we have made a lot of effort in order to achieve that, and we have spent a lot of money out of our own pocket. Mr. Papagiannakos said something earlier. He talks about the international success, which actually allowed you to change certain mentalities here in Greece. Was this something that impressed you, that surprised you? Look, we didn't change the mentalities. We just followed the way that we had to follow. As Mr. Trikalinos said, we are a small country, which means that we have to make the most of our comparative advantages. It was not a conscious effort we made to change mentalities, but now we can see that our product is accepted all around the world. People love it. Therefore, we need to be consistent, both in our country and abroad, in order to meet the expectations of the consumers, but also in order to have the right communication, the right methods that will respect the tradition of the family and will guarantee an equally successful future. So as long as there is the demand, and this takes me to the second question, what is the model of growth that you have developed, taking into account that your sector goes through some very deep changes? There is the climate change that influences the viticulture. There are the changes of tastes and preferences. We have seen competition coming from areas where we wouldn't expect. So which are your plans for the future? What is the model of growth that you are prepared to follow in the coming years? And which are these elements of tradition, in order to get back to the father and the grandfather, which are the elements that you would never change? Look, the trends when it comes to wine, quality wine, of course. Can be summarized in one sentence. Act local, think global. In other words, all the wines are now being produced with full respect to the local grapevines, to the local microclimate. We're talking about the so-called terroir wines. And this is exactly the strategic choice we made. Based on our quality, we want the wine to reflect the character of the grapevines here in Attica, and especially in the area of Markopoulo. So we have focused on that. This is something that is timeless, and we can also find it in the very successful timeless wines. The point is that the Greek wine will cater to the niche markets. It cannot possibly meet the global demand. What we will never negotiate and what we will always keep from the tradition, since the trend is to go back to tradition. Imagine that when it comes to cultivation, we are now opting for natural ways of cultivating, not with mechanical means. So we are developing in terms of marketing, in terms of communication, of contacting the consumer, but at the same time, we're becoming more classical and more traditional, more loyal to tradition. So tradition is something that hasn't eclipsed. We combine this tradition with the accumulated knowledge, and this is what we're trying to convey to the future generations. Mr. Trikalinos, I would like to ask you the same question. What I inherited from my parents and from my grandparents is that I need to produce a product that will respect quality and that will abide by all hygiene rules. What I will never change is what they taught me not to do. Never to make any settlements or any compromises when it comes to raw material. Most people try to find cheap raw materials. This is not the right way to follow. Quality is quality. You cannot play with quality, so you cannot play with raw materials. And once you know the importance of raw material and how to use it, then you can be certain that you will have a quality product. And with regard to the growth model, have you made any investments recently, since 2007? We are operating in Athens after the initiative taken by Mr. Vasilopoulos. I have invested in the construction of facilities that were unprecedented until that time. It was a major investment. And we want to continue our investments in order to further develop our products. The point is that every time I have a surprise. Okay, I would like to ask Ms. Theodorou if there are any questions from the audience. Yes. I would like to ask you how important is the experiential relation of the consumer with your products? For example, how important is it the visit to your bioclimatic winery, Mr. Papagiannakos, or how important is a visit to the facilities where you produce the fish eggs, Mr. Trikalinos? Yes, I would like to answer. Look, sampling and tasting, and generally the presence of the winemaker is a blessing. It's very important, and we always encourage people to visit our venue because wine is not something, it's someone. It is a product behind which lies a long history, lies the myth of a family, the hardships that this family went through in order to produce this wine. So it's very important for people to visit the winemakeries, and we always encourage people to do that, always in the context of gastronomic tourism, to visit the winemakers, the wineries, to get to know the winemaker, to learn about the particularities and about the production methods. So it's very important for us to get the feedback from the visitors, to get this acknowledgement so that we can move on. And this is very important. We get a lot of messages from people from abroad that are very moving. People who, before COVID-19 crisis broke out, had visited our venue and have not forgotten this experience. We have also received some wonderful messages from markets like Canada and America. Some people who had to stay in because of the lockdown actually tasted for the first time our product, and they felt the urge to write about this to us. Mr. Trikalinos, yes. Visiting our venues is a very joyful moment. We come in contact with the people and we play with them, quote unquote. Of course, now, due to COVID, there are many problems. The point is that we also visit different venues. We have had visitors from all around the world. The best time was when there was this gastronomic academy that was organized, and we had people from Mexico, Brazil, Paris, Switzerland. And we played around with our products all together. Then they actually witnessed which were the production methods, and all together at the end we had a beautiful symposium. Do we have any more questions? No. So I would like to ask a question pertaining to the future. In an enterprise like yours, I would like you to tell me some things about the succession, which is part, of course, of a family tradition. Yes, it is indeed an important factor, because a winemaker, at least I speak for myself, has a lot of dreams for the future. And these dreams cannot be materialized very easily. Time is required. You need to plant, you need to sow, you need to harvest, so you need time. So it was very important for me, the matter of succession. I have 3 children. My oldest son is a student at the agronomist university. My daughter has completed her postgraduate studies in France, in Burgundy, in one of the most important winemaking areas of France. She has many degrees on marketing, tasting. It is something they adore. It was their own choice to follow my
στροφές. Κύριε Τρικαλινό.
My footprints, so all is well. Mr. Trikalinos, I have 2 children. My daughter is a cardiologist. I would love her to finish a postgraduate degree in fish eggs production. My son has finished the agronomist university. He has specialized in fish. He has a postgraduate degree in biostatistics and bioclimatic study, and now he's studying economics in ASOE. He is active in the business, and I hope that he will do far, far better compared to the previous generation. Okay, we wish to all of you, to your colleagues, and to the new generation all the best. We wish you all the best to everything you are doing in order to maintain this high quality of your products. Thank you very much and all the best. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here today and taking part in this project. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we will take a lunch break. We will resume at 2 o'clock. We will have a discussion under the title A Long Tradition of Greek Entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνω μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους. Ματέρα από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ. Ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Welcome in the 5th session of our symposium based on the long tradition of Greek entrepreneurship. We have with us Mr. Christos Ioannou of the SEV Market Department, Mrs. Koufopanos of Sustainability Director, Mr. Makridis of Chrysafidis SA, and Mr. Tassoulas, Innovation Director of the Group of Companies Titan. Moderator of this discussion is Mr. Konstantinos Axarologlu, International Business Strategy Professor in Alba School. You can submit your questions under the feed so that we can answer them after the session. Thank you, Mr. Theodorou. Welcome in the session about the long tradition of Greek entrepreneurship. In this section, we would like to see which is the process of traditional entrepreneurship and how, based on this foundation, innovation can be developed within an enterprise, so that based on the entrepreneurial tradition and innovation, the business can deal with the modern challenges, the challenges of today and tomorrow, so as to keep its competitive advantage. We have with us leaders of companies that have proven their advantage and success. So it is going to be a very useful discussion as a basis for competitive advantage. So let me start. Thank you all for being here, for your participation in this discussion. I would like to start with you. The Chrysafidis group has been operating in Greece for 140 years. Which are the characteristics of your company that have allowed you to sustain your business so long? My great-grandfather in 1882 established this company in order to service the industry. The industry is a multifaceted area. Since then, we started focusing on differentiation. We were not just distributors of products, but we were providing service. In other words, we wanted to cover needs that were not covered. So we wanted to see how we could do something better. How we do this? By adding practical value for our customer. This differentiation at many levels make us stand out in our field. And this is our effort. As regards the technological side of our company, of our enterprise, we try to organize ourselves early on. So we have account managers that are specialized in specific products and their applications. So it's easier for our associates to speak the technical jargon with the customer so as to understand which are the needs that we can cover. So the customers are satisfied and we reach our goals. The second thing that we have tried to do is that we have a very expanded, a very wide portfolio. In a small market like is the Greek market, one cannot be too specialized. So we had to become knowledgeable enough so as to offer a broad spectrum of products and services. This was necessary. This is necessary because through one provider, us, the customer, can satisfy different needs. Also, the value of the company increases this way. Quickly, the customer can satisfy the needs. Another comparative advantage we have relates to our associates. Since the establishment of the company, my great-grandfather focused on technically trained, well-trained associates, and we always try to upgrade their skills. I believe that we are going to discuss about these more later on. We also have an excellency culture within the company. We love what we do, and we try to disseminate it throughout the company. As regards the principles that we follow, consistency is a key word. We celebrate 140 years now, so our motto is 140 years of synergies. The last thing regards the team spirit. The fact that we are active in many different markets with many different products, the fact that no customer is a major buyer, this means that we can stand whatever the turbulences are, and we manage to be very tolerant in any crisis or local crisis of industries. Mr. Tasoulas, in 1902, your group of companies established the first cement production unit in the country 120 years ago. A similar question would be, what is the entrepreneurial tradition of the company, and how has it contributed to the progress of the group? I would like to say that I'm very honored to be here, and I will try to share with you our experience. I have 32 years of experience myself, being in the executive committee of the group. I have very good knowledge of its history. I believe that one characteristic, which is a traditional one in our group companies, is the proud that we all feel, all of us working in this great company. Whatever we do, we want it to be very good based on international standards. That's why we always try to be better and reach our goal, which is a long-term one. As you'll see, we started from Elefsina. We managed to conquer the whole Attica, and then Thessaloniki, and then we managed to become extrovert with terminals in Europe and the US, with new activities in the Americas, in Africa, Brazil, the Balkans. So we have a big vision. We are multi-regional now, and we want to stay this way. So we try to be open because we want to see what happens in the world, and we also want to have an open mind so as to understand which is the competition and compare ourselves against the best. I have had the privilege to live through many periods in our industry, in our company, and I do say that we can compare ourselves against the best all over the world, not only Europe. Another important thing, as Mr. Makridis said, always the center of our strategy is the customer. We try to make the customer understand what the future will look like. We invest in them. So an important investments in assets in this direction. Our industry is heavy in terms of assets, administration, HR, and equipment. Meritocracy is a key word in Titan Cements. I think that meritocracy has trained all of us in the company to work ethically and be proud of what we do. Something that we have learned from the previous generations of administration is that we are 100% compliant with the law. Many times people say that we are a bit innocent. But I believe, or even conservative, but I believe that this is one of our traditions. Always the law is our guide. This is a sine qua non principle inside the company. And one last thing, the company is an active cell of the society. It lives within the society, it grows within the society, it understands its needs and offers as much as it can. Thank you. Mr. Koufopanos, Sustainable Development Director in Elval company. You know a lot about the industry of aluminum. How would you say that the tradition of your company has grown, has developed? Thank you for the question, Mr. Axeloglu. I would like to thank you for inviting me here today. I will convey my experience from Elval, my company, which is the basic aluminum products company in Greece. I would like to start by presenting in brief the products of the company. It has a broad portfolio, especially for packaging, food packaging, for the car industries, for the constructions industry, for sea and rail transport. Now, as regards your question, I would like to say, first of all, that intuition has played an important role. The intuition of the owners of the company. They decided to process aluminum very early in the country. In the beginning, the uses of aluminum were rather limited, but nowadays we see a dramatic increase in demand for various applications of aluminum. Aluminum is a very nice metal. It's very tolerant. It can be 100% recyclable. It doesn't lose, it never loses its features. And it's an excellent example of sustainable development. Another important point regards the extroversy of the company. We have high quality products for many industries and for many countries all around the world. This is why we're export-oriented a lot. The combination of the aforementioned features has created a mindset within the company where without any problems, we can follow the circularity of the economy. So sometimes we benefit from this practice. Another important thing to mention regards the continuous investments, not only on research and technology, but in many other areas. At the European and international actually level, ELVAL is ranking in the first 5 positions in terms of investments. We closely follow the mega trends of the market and its development. And let me close this topic mentioning something about the entrepreneurial morale of the company. We respect the environment. We give priority to the human capital and in its training. And we are responsible in our operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ioannou, as Director of the Employment Section at SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, you have an oversight of the Greek entrepreneurial community. So how would you describe, based on your experience, the fundamental characteristics of the Greek business tradition that have actually shaped the enterprises and the Greek economy? Thank you very much. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here for the 2nd consecutive year. It is a great pleasure to see this symposium being organized. Now, what we are trying to do is trying to answer your question, having some leaders of business tradition with us. We are asked to describe the tradition of the country, which is not written and which has kept us alive for so many years. Everything that has been mentioned before and everything that should be said in the coming months and in the coming years is that the modernist business tradition is of utmost importance, and that's why there is an urgent need to showcase it and promote it further. It is exactly what has created growth, and in order to borrow a term from our interlocutors in previous panels, the winemakers, is the one that has actually shaped the terroir for growth. This is one variable of the Greek tradition. And why I'm saying only one variable, and why I'm talking about tradition, because we're talking about 140 years, 150 years, other businesses having a tradition that is even longer than that. It is a tradition that dates back to the past. We have, for example, Bulgari, We all know Bulgari, we have Varvakis, but in the Greek tradition, it is not just that. It is a mix of two things. And that's why we need to combine the two traditions. In other words, the tradition of the past and the modernist tradition. In the pro-modernist tradition, we will find some useful elements, but we will also find some Ottoman residues. And I will say something that I had also said last year, and I had used the exact same words. Baktisi, Rusfeti, bribery that is, and bargain. This is something that we need to get rid of so as to liberate the possibilities of the Greek tradition. So it is now that we have started to realize the importance of doing that, and that is why we need to place even greater emphasis so as to be able to know our productive history, our productive tradition, in order then to showcase it and thus set the example for other countries to follow. Yes, in order for this sustainability to exist, this preservation of tradition. Mr. Makridis, in your initial intervention, you highlighted the value-based tradition as a basic pillar or a basic element of business tradition. Could you please elaborate on that? Give us some examples, how you perceive it in your company. 25 years ago, we tried to depict these values on paper, and that is why we drafted a quality policy. In other words, it was a document to which we could always refer so as to ensure the alignment of all the involved parties with these values. And this policy for quality made reference to collective effort, to the upskilling of the personnel, and this is actually happening right now through the organization of seminars and workshops, continuous improvement. In other words, this issue of improvement. If you don't have as an objective to constantly improve yourself, then you get stagnant, and this will inevitably lead to death. The only thing that is certain and that is completely stagnant is someone who is dead. Moreover, in this document, reference is made to respect. That's why I don't want to use the term employee. I prefer to use the term partner, since altogether we are trying to reach the common objective. We're also talking about consistency, a spirit of cooperation, innovation. In other words, instead of perceiving any challenge as something insurmountable, we perceive it as an opportunity for us to improve ourselves and to resolve the problem. We're also talking about extroversion. Why? Because, as the two previous speakers said, if you are active abroad, then the objective is not to be a good Greek business, but to be a good European business. And when you travel abroad and you operate abroad and you don't have the tradition of your country present there, you need to raise the bar. Therefore, you improve, and then when you come back to Greece, you have significantly improved overall. So the point is not to have revenues from different sources, especially in times of crisis, but to have a model that will upgrade the quality of the personnel and of the company as a whole. I would also like to say that we always play the long game, as the Americans say. In other words, we sacrifice the temporary, and we are always trying to maximize the benefits, the profits on a long-term basis. And we're doing that by building relationships of trust with our partners, with our customers, with the suppliers, and with the banks, allow me to say, because we are operating in a sector where, of course, the human capital is important, but at the same time, it is a capital-intensive sector. Now, us, during the crisis, we did quite well. Why? Because we had this relationship of trust with all the interested parties, which at the right moment proved to be very useful. Mr. Tassoulas, Titan Group of Companies, I agree with the previous speaker 100%. The only difference is that I'm not the owner of a company. Now, I was lucky enough because 30 years ago, as a young engineer back then, I took part in the effort to put in paper the values that govern the group, a group that has a tradition of 120 years. So I took part in this effort, and I feel very proud of that. Now, the values that we managed to put on paper are 6. First, integrity, knowledge, offering value to the customer, continuously deliver results, continuous improvement, and social corporate responsibility. These 6 values govern the entire group, starting from the CEO to the person working at the entrance, for example. It is very important to say that we perceive our company as a live cell of the society in which we operate. We are trying to maximize the quality of the product and the result of the product, which will then be shared among all the stakeholders, the employees, the suppliers, the local communities, the state, through taxation, I mean. This is our vision. Now, the license to operate, we don't get only from the regulatory authorities, but also from everyone with whom we are doing business. And with regard to relations with our customers and with all other parties, these relations are based on the creation of mutual benefit and profit and on transparent practices. Mr. Koufopanos, yes, of course, I agree with the previous 2 speakers. There's no doubt about that. However, allow me to share with you our own approach. There is no doubt that Elval will soon celebrate the 150 years of non-stop operation. And this is a very important thing to underline because under the same brand name in the market, we have been operating for 150 years. The competition, having made acquisitions and mergers, has lost its orientation, whereas us, for so many years, we have remained the same, operating at the same national and European level. Of course, we have a customer-oriented approach that is based on consistency, credibility, fast adaptability to the constantly changing conditions of the market. And in that way, we have managed to develop long-term relations. Our customers right now are big multinational companies, many of which are the leaders in their sectors and with which we have long-term contracts. And I believe that this proves in practice that we have this customer-oriented and customer-targeted approach. The same stands for our suppliers. I will give you just one example in order for you to understand the approach we follow and the harmonious collaboration we have managed to develop. We have made an investment recently in a tandem that was completed last June. The result of that investment is the perfect cooperation we have with the partners, which means that this tandem mechanism started from day one and hasn't stopped until now, even during the times of crisis, during the pandemic. And this is exactly the advantage of ours. It is interesting to see that 3 cases of sustainability of the company are converging. You are all talking about extroversion, about long-term relations with the partners, with the suppliers. You're talking about long-term planning. So I believe that there is a convergence of the values that each company is focused on. Now, I would like to touch upon innovation. Mr. Tasoulas, cement. For someone who is just an observer, like myself, I believe that it is a product that cannot change radically over time, and that innovation, when it comes to cement, has to do with something new. So what is the value of innovation in the sector of cement. Of course, you're going to tell me that no, it's not just cement, we're talking about structural materials and so on and so forth. My question is, how does innovation contribute as a basic pillar to this business tradition of the group during the last 120 years? Very interesting question. No one is perfect, and I am an engineer, so it goes without saying that an engineer cannot be perfect. I believe that in our company, but also in other companies, there is a difference of potential. In other words, the company has a long-term vision that goes beyond the quarter results or the annual results, and at the same time, that same company is dedicated and focused on delivering results. And this actually creates a tug of power. And if we combine that with what's happening around the world and how the world is changing, we will see that by definition, innovation is created. In our times, we are witnessing an explosion in the number of inhabitants on the planet. We will soon be 8 billion. The urbanization trend is very strong. From 40% of people living in cities in 2030, it will be 70%. The climate change, moreover, imposes new designs and new projects. And all these increase the need for structural and building materials, but in a different way. In other words, there is a need for materials that will contribute to the elimination of footprint, of carbon footprint. And you know that our sector has been responsible for the increased carbon footprint, and that's why it is now called to reduce it by innovating in its products. So when the leadership of the company has this long-term vision, it tries to find out methodologies that will allow her products to adapt to the current needs, moreover to adjust its portfolio to a constantly changing supply chain. And it tries to reposition itself so as to maintain the market share that it already holds. And this is the only way that a company should actually proceed. And in order to be successful, it needs to focus on innovation. Of course, when we're talking about innovation, we need to talk about enablers. In our sector, we have many enablers, two of which are the digital transformation and the second one that we'll touch upon later on. In our times, we are working with real-life data. Anything is provided to us on real time, and the decisions are made on this real-time data. Mr. Makridis, commercial company. Your product is not consumer-oriented. So how do you define innovation? Could you give us an example of innovation in your company?
That's a very good question. I would say the following, that we always try to differentiate ourselves. I think that this way one can maintain high quality and good performance. So one of the things that we do, we did from the beginning, was a lot of studies. These studies would raise the quality for the customer and would save energy at the machinery and installations. These savings were successful both in Greece and in Bulgaria. Even in Indonesia, we have done studies, and they showed us that we can be successful. Being extrovert is very important. Another thing is that our structure is very flexible, and this helps a lot. Another important thing is the way that we remunerate our partners, our associates. It's not only on the basis of sales. I don't know what happens with the other industries here, but we focus on profit a lot, so that all the human capital is directed towards the same goal as the administration has, which is the profit of the company. Another thing that we do in a different way is the following. In our field, we have a lot of women, not only in medium management, but also upper management. And last but not least, I would say that we try to adjust ourselves to the market. We try to be the first to find the best producer to represent in Greece. Mr. Ioannou, this is a question in a set of two similar questions. So the first is, what is the role of innovation today for the entrepreneurial community? I think this is the biggest challenge in order to widen the landscape of growth. Since my first years, I had noted down a speech by the Secretary General of the Communist Party of Russia that would say that in a conservative audience, comrades, we have to be innovative, we have to be creative, we have to be pioneer. That's what he said, and I do agree with him. That's the terroir of growth, that the development landscape. "100 years ago, when globalization started, all these ideas gave rise to the industrialization growth in Greece. And where do we stand now? In the second major opportunity for our country, where the innovation that was leading the previous revolutions, though at a rather low speed and pace, and it was not so challenging to remain within certain fields. Nowadays, however, we have to accelerate, and we know very well that innovation by 96%, according to the innovation study of the Commission, is based on problem solving by the production executives at all ranks, 96%. As regards applied research, only 3% comes from academic research. So the Greek academic research has to come closer to the applied research. So, fourth industrial revolution and globalization. Challenges and competition. Mr. Koufapanos, what are the differentiations of Elval today? I would say a couple of things about innovation before that. Innovation for us is a basic pillar for growth. The products that we produce need innovation, otherwise they cannot proceed. We have a center of innovation within Elval. We have the Ekeme Center within the company, via which we can produce innovative products to provide viable solutions. And viable solutions lead to sustainability. Without this, no products can be sustained. At the same time, the products that we produce have certain value by themselves. I'll give you an example. Elval grain that took a patent. Due to the particularities that it had. This way, we managed to shrink competition at the European level, and at the same time, we managed to have 80% savings. Let me add to that innovation for us is not just the production of innovative products, but also the structure of the company has to be innovative. Let me share with you an experience from a cooperation that we had with a Japanese house, a leading in its industry. We had technical cooperation, and our technicians and our engineers went to Japan and spoke to their peers, and they managed to create a different mindset. The result was the developments were so quick that the Japanese come and ask for our advice now. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. Digital transformation is here, and we continue as much as we can. Our aim is to draw from technology all the tools that will give us better quality, shorter times for transport. So I believe that these are the most important things for an innovative company. So innovation is a way to tackle those challenges, you say. Yes, of course. Mr. Tasula, what do you think? Let me speak about our experience with the fourth industrial revolution. In 2016, at the level of board of directors, we started a discussion in order to see how the fourth industrial revolution can be an opportunity for us. So we thought, how can this revolution transform the axis of our operation, our business model, our product, and our advantages within the competitive environment? We said that our product can remain as it is, that the business model is yet it's not at that point to be transformed right away. But nevertheless, we decided that digital transformation and digital revolution can give us a comparative advantage. So systematically, we started a strategy of innovation, because this would be the way to become more flexible. In this specific case, we follow the test and learn tactic by implementing short-term projects of 4 to 6 weeks duration, while in parallel we tried to upgrade, or rather to create the skills that we didn't have. So we managed to improve ourselves a lot, especially in implementing new techniques. Now we implement real-time optimizers, AI-based in closed loops. In other words, in an automatic manner, the algorithm runs huge loops. We have 20 to 30% improvement compared to the baseline. And then we combine this onto an integrated data platform so that from the supplier and raw materials to the customer, we mount everything on the system. We have now selected the best cases. We want to roll them out throughout the organization, and we established a digital skills center. We have hired 20 data scientists, and we have a hub so that in 3 to 5 years we're going to digitize our whole work.
We don't have much time, so to conclude, Mr. Ioannou, very briefly, please, which are the big challenges that today's Greek business community is faced with? The biggest challenge is the much-needed support to the Greek tradition. In other words, we need to provide the Greek businessmen the confidence they need to feel about the Greek products, the Greek design, the Greek brands. Businesses that are operating abroad need to be further supported so that they expand their portfolio and their production line. And as it has been mentioned earlier, we all need to turn more to the direction of production so as to expand this production sector. And all businesses should not be focused on short-term results, but on long-term results. That is, quality products, quality brands that will actually give a boost to the Greek economy. And in order for this to happen, what is needed is for all of us to embrace the deep reforms that are needed so as to proceed to the transformation of the production. And in order to catch the wave of the fourth industrial revolution, we have the human capital, we have the knowledge. So what we need to do is to embrace the reforms, as I said, both us, the Greeks who live here, and the Greeks who live abroad. By the way, there was an event organized recently, the Innovate Greece, that focused on the creation of a new wave of creative Greece that we all need so much. Mr. Doru, do we have a question? Unfortunately, we have no time. So this is the end of this panel. I would like to thank you, Mr. Makridis, Mr. Tasoulas, Mr. Koufopanos, Mr. Ioannou, because you're actually showing us the way of how the business tradition can constitute the basis on which we can ensure business sustainability, always, of course, incorporating innovation in that mix. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for everything you have done. And I would also like to thank the companies that you represent here today. Thank them for everything that they have given to the community. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank all the people who have been watching us from a distance. Thank you. We would like to thank Seb, Alba. Thank you very much. At this point, we will take a 15-minute break, and we will be back at around 3 o'clock for the next panel. That's is actually a case study of the winery Boutari, a case study with 140 years of tradition.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G.
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο πρώτο τελευταίο
Welcome in the next panel of creative leadership. This is a rather different panel in relation to the previous ones because you're presenting a case study of Boutari Winery. From 1879, Mr. Konstantinos Boutaris, President and CEO, Mr. Aristea, General Director, and Ms. Marina Boutari, Commercial Head of Boutari. Professor Charalambos Menimilis is going to moderate the discussion.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κυρία Θεοδόρου, και πρέπει να σας πω ότι ως κάποιος που διδάσκει...
Thank you, Ms. Theodoro. I have been teaching for 20 years with case studies, especially focusing on international companies. So I'm very happy to presenting today a Greek company. We selected this company for this reason. During the research that we did before the symposium, we examined various dimensions. For example, the age of a company, the traditions it has built, the innovations in research and in product, etc. Its performance in terms of extrovert actions. And we do see that the Boutaris company are the perfect example. So, Mr. Boutaris, we start from you. Starting from NAUSA in 1887. The company was established in the vineyards that existed there. Let us speak about the model that you followed to develop your work. You focused on locality, the local varieties, and you selected to build relations with the local community. So, which was your philosophy? Focusing on authenticity and local traditions. What is really important in this whole story is that we did the same thing in 1906. Ours was one of the first Greek wines, label wines, red wine. Nausa Boutari was a perfectly well-known label in Greece. So the name of the company was related directly to the locality, Nausa, the variety it produced, the grapes there, and the very high quality of the wine we produced. So in the next years, we had the wars, etc. So for a long period, we started inventing in ouzo as well. Another important phase was after the 60s, 70s, when we left Thessaloniki, rather Lausa and Thessaloniki, to expand further. So essentially, we stopped being local anymore, and we started developed where we thought was good for us. Of course, the Wine Institute under Mrs. Kourakou had already conducted research, and she had already found the varieties that would be good for the Greek terroir, the Greek grounds. Now, as regards the quality of the wines, which was the consequence of this development, was characterized by effort, insistence, in order to develop varieties that would be accepted by the Greeks, of course, and by all those foreigners that would be active in Greece. I think that this is the main cause, the main reason and this is how we managed to build on the raw materials and go abroad. Our aim was to expand to the northern part of Greece first and then abroad. We wanted to show that we are here with these specific wine varieties. So this is how the company started. Mr. Voyadzi, you had played a leading role after 1984. In your field, the Boutaris company is considered to be a school. So what is the role of research and scientific knowledge? What about the local varieties, be it in Naus or Crete or wherever? Let me say why the wine is very closely connected to tradition. It is related with knowledge that has to be conquered and needs time to be absorbed. Terroir has three major dimensions, four rather. The ground, the climate, and the plant, the variety. And the fourth parameter is the human factor, which plays a very important role. So all the aforementioned parameters play a role and influence the final product. So by connecting our procedures, our manufacturing procedures with scientific knowledge, we upgrade the final performance. This was the climate of innovation in the company when I joined its forces. We tried to create something new in the Greek market at that time. And we wanted to promote the Greek varieties. It's not enough to make wine. It's important to make good wines, and it's important that people know about them. Otherwise, we cannot say that we exploit the capacity of the variety. What we produce has to be adjusted to the preferences of the consumer and lead them at the same time. So we started visiting the areas that the research has shown that could have a good potential. we carried out a lot of studies. There are many traditional ways to cultivate vineyards. Santorini has one of the most traditional ways to cultivate it in circular formations. So we often wondered whether we should change our methods. And the answer was no. So in this case, in our case, we had to study a lot the traditional way of Santorini so as to understand why this is the most relevant for the area and what is the scientific basis for this.
It was close to the tastes that the consumers preferred. It was a well-known style of wine here in Greece that back then it was very popular. Back then, the wines were not very acidic, by the way, so it was then that we dared to launch a market that had low and intense acidity, and it was considered to be a bold move when in 1988 we launched this wine. But this is how we paved the way. This is how we gave a boost to experts, and this is how we proceeded later on. After that moment, we went to Crete, where we found a situation that was very bad in terms of the way that they were managing the raw material. And that is why we managed to launch Kritikos wine in Emea and Mantinia. And throughout this trajectory, the company has followed a model that was adjusted to the needs of each area. As I said, we had visited the different areas, we identified the opportunities and the different particularities. We then purchased a vineyard in order to secure the position of the company in that area, and according to the law, we were obliged to have a winery. So this is how we were obliged to operate, and this is how we actually operated. So these wineries the vineyards were planted on the basis of the quality of the ground in each area. Our purpose was to identify the potential of each variety and we wanted to show to the local people who worked in the grapevine sector how they could proceed. All this effort was supported by research programs. The first started before 1990. They were subsidized by the European Union, and from many years on, we continued these scientific programs, and this is how we managed to develop a scientific team that supervised the Wine Institute, the universities. It had a cooperation with the foreign research institutes, and at the same time, it helped to the creation of a scientific team inside the company, which was a very important step. Allow me to tell you that the first ground map was the result of these scientific programs. The first program that was examining the terroir was completed in Naousa. And by the way, Naousa was not an area that had a short tradition in winemaking. On the contrary, it had a long tradition in winemaking. However, every year the wine is different compared to the previous one. And every 10 years, the sector is making a step because the results of the first stages of the research allowed us to identify the clones and then to sort the clones. Then we were able to analyze in great detail the ground properties of Nausa. So every 10 years we are making an important step. This is the reality in the wine sector. Basically, that's all I had to say. Of course, I could say far more, but I believe that all these show the connection that exists between research and necessity, which is based on tradition. What we have tried to do is to use scientific research in order to give a boost to tradition. And by the way, we had cooperation with many institutes. The Institute of Bordeaux, which is a very well-known wine institute, completed its first research program in Nausa. So I repeat that it's very important to use science in order to understand tradition. Ms. Boutari, apart from the specifics about wine, I would like to ask you, how important is the area where a wine is made for its popularity and its acceptance by the public? Which are the conclusions you have drawn with regard to that issue, and which are the supporting actions that you are implementing, be it tourism or visits to wineries, that you have developed in order to support that? The brands depend on the area from where they come, especially the indigenous varieties. Us, as a company, we have the pleasure to represent the most important Greek varieties. The 4th varieties, which are ambassadors of the Greek wine. And these are Moschofilero and Assyrtiko for the white, and Agioργίτικο Xenomevro for the red wines. And we have the possibility and the honor to represent these varieties because, as Mr. Voyagis previously said, and just like my father said, the strategy that we followed was oriented towards expanding to more winemaking regions and to showcase them and promote them by improving the quality of the wine and always having as an objective to have a final product that would be pleasant and exportable. In other words, we had set a very ambitious objective since we weren't focusing only on the Greek consumers, but we wanted to have access to foreign markets as well. And in order to do that, we first of all exported our products, and secondly, we decided to develop wine experiences. In other words, we were the ones who promoted the wine tourism. We were the first ones who developed wineries that could be visited, starting from Santorini 33 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 1989 to be exact. And then we built a wine center in Nausa, a smaller one in Igoumenitsa, so as to support these areas. These centers and these wineries had more of an educational role. In other words, the visitors were mostly school students, which I believe was something very important because by attracting the young students of all ages, you allow them to learn more about the wine tradition, and the importance of the wine in Greek history. Because whether we like it or not, wine has always been one of the most important agricultural products of our country. So through these centers, our objective was to train and educate the public, be it Greek or foreigners, and to inspire them to embrace the magic of the Greek wine. We wanted to make them love the Greek wine and, in case they were foreigners, to get it back to their countries. if they were able to carry with them the experience they had when tasting the wine. And we all know that when you are tasting something beautiful, this remains in your mind very strongly.
Μικρές ως αδύνατες θα έλεγα. Αν περάσεις μια εμπειρία σε έναν χώρο που δεν είναι...
So you can understand that if these visitors had the opportunity to taste something beautiful, they would never forget that, and they would get back these memories with them to their country. They would definitely want to relive this experience at their place of origin, and they could do that by buying the product. This was the rationale behind the development of the centers that could be visited by people. And of course, apart from communication, which is the basic means of promoting the brands abroad, we have always been pioneers in communication, but also in marketing. In conclusion, I would like to point out something that pertains to the first part of your question, that had to do with how important it is to show the place of origin of a wine. I would say that the place of origin, the area, is very important. For example, Santorini product became very popular and well known because of the name Santorini, because of the brand Santorini. We all know that the brand Santorini is one of the most powerful ones, far more powerful compared to the Nausa brand. That's all from me.
Εξωστρέφειας και της επικοινωνίας. Από μια προηγούμενη συζήτησή μας, κύριε Μπουτάρη,
Mr. Boutaris, you say that Nausa is the birthplace of the company. Already since 1906, the first label was written in 3 different languages. This is a characteristic of an extrovert company. Today, you export to many countries. Which are the characteristics of an enterprise that makes it taking something very local, respecting its locality, and turning it into something that can be exported in a cosmopolitan manner? Wine was branded when we started. In 1906, it was branded already. Then onwards, all products that we created had the strong brand. The strength of a brand comes from the high quality. Otherwise, it cannot be sustained. And needs to have an important quality. This was the line that Mr. Voyagist painted. So we made a lot of efforts in order to reveal, to show to the world the high qualities of Greece, of Greek products. As Marina said, we tried to use from the places we have visited the local names of the villages, for example, etc. So we would make these more known. This is related to excellence. We want the Greek wine to be widely accepted by the foreigners, by the foreign consumers. We want the foreign drinkers know that these Greek wines are very good ones. That's what we want to achieve. wine from the Assyrtiko variety of Santorini already has started building its brand name all over the world. The brand of our country, though, has to be uplifted. When the Olympic Games took place, we had this boost because all our products were conceived as being high quality. The Olympic Games upgraded the quality of everything. So you understand that we always wanted to improve quality so that the foreigners can understand that this is a good product to invest in. We'll have 4 more minutes, and I need them for 2 more questions. What about the commercial policy, Mr. Boutaris? How do you communicate with your consumers? You have a lot of information to convey. How do you exploit all these fun of information and popularize them so as to communicate them to the consumers? I have to be brief because we don't have much time. The fastest question is that we have 4 brands because the people need ask for different things. So that's why we have 44 brands. Because we have 6 wineries, that's why we make it. So it is as if we had 6 small companies, 6 small wineries with different character each, operating with different varieties each, and able to offer different tastes to the consumers. So a solution would be to promote it, to promote each of them in a different way. Indeed, every product covers different kinds of needs and different consumer groups. Our strategy is differentiated according to the product. We have organic wines. We also have small wineries. We have ambassador varieties like Agioργητικό, etc. Kritikos, which is an everyday table wine. So we are ready to offer different products for different tastes. Mr. Voyadzi, considering all the changes and information internationally, is there any specific change that would influence your sector? How well does tradition fuel your innovation and prepare you for the next decade? Greece has a lot of varieties, has a lot of capacities that have not yet been fully exploited. So we believe that internationally Now that the digital media can offer us many ways, many channels of communication, we can do a lot of things. Environmentally friendly solutions, organic products, environmentally friendly proposals. I believe that we can adjust ourselves to all the aforementioned, keeping quality high. We are exactly on time, so very quickly, can you please tell us which is your ambitious goal for the future? We want to ensure that the wines of Greece are of top quality, and we can become the ambassadors of this vision. Fifth generation, Mr. Boutaris, Mrs. Boutaris. We want many more generations to come to the winery industry. That's my vision. It is important that all Greek wines are promoted and supported. Our wine family has grown, but I believe that our principles will be the foundation for the new generation of wine professionals. Thank you very much for your presence. We don't have any more time. We had a lot of questions. That means that people are interested in all the information that you shared with us. It's important that we boost the brand name of Greece. Thank you for being here, and all success to what you do.
Εσείς όποτε θελήσετε να προχωρήσουμε κι άλλο, διότι νομίζω ότι είναι πολύ σωστό αυτό που κάνατε.
I think that it is very correct to have this kind of discussions, public discussions, and disseminate the results of our efforts. So we have finished now with this panel, 15 minutes break, and we'll come back 3:45 with our last discussion, tradition as a creative revival.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Καλησπέρα, κάνουμε μια έρευνα. Θα ήθελα να μου πείτε, ξέρετε τι σημαίνει το 5G?
Θα έχει πιο γρήγορες ταχύτητες. Τι ακριβώς θα κάνει δεν ξέρω.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό ακούμε παντού για το 5G. Ποιος όμως γνωρίζει τι πραγματικά είναι?
Είναι μια επανάσταση. Θα μπορούσαμε να το συγκρίνουμε με τον ηλεκτρισμό.
Πώς θα κάνει τη ζωή μας καλύτερη?
Αυτό που προσδοκούμε με το 5G είναι το άλμα που θα γίνει στην οδική ασφάλεια.
Ο άνθρωπος που μετακινείται με αμαξίδιο θα μπορεί να παίρνει ειδοποιήσεις που δεν υπάρχει εμπόδιο.
Θα μπορεί ένας γιατρός να παρακολουθήσει τις εξετάσεις του εξ αποστάσεως.
Το 5G είναι σαν να ανοίγεις μια πόρτα σε έναν εντελώς καινούριο κόσμο.
Ελάτε να ανακαλύψουμε πώς το 5G θα αλλάξει τον κόσμο. Η νέα σειρά ντοκιματέρ από την Κοσμοτέ, τώρα στο YouTube. Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
Σας καλωσορίζω στην
Welcome to the last panel of the second Creative Leadership Symposium on the title Tradition as a Creative Revival. Let me introduce the speakers. Ms. Lydia Vousvouni, who is Head of Design at Zeus and Yon, and Mr. Alexandros Evklidis, who is a theatrologist, director, and artistic director of the alternative stage of the National Opera. The discussion will be moderated by Haralambos Menemelis, director of the Center of Excellence. Thank you very much, Ms. Theodorou. We decided to keep for last the very interesting topic of how a tradition can move forward. Certain traditions are oriented towards the future, and many traditions tend to erase their past. This is the case of 5G, for example. This is a new trend that erases 4G and is focused only on the future. But other types of traditions continue to incorporate the past, continue to incorporate what has already taken place. No matter how many new theatrical plays come out, there will always be the influence of Antigone by Sophocles, for example. So this is the question that we are called to answer today, how important tradition is and how a tradition can be perceived as a creative revival. Mr. Evklidis, in your capacity as a director, when you direct an opera that has been staged by many colleagues in the past, by thousands of colleagues. For example, Figaro by Mozart or The Bat by Strauss. All these have been staged many times. So I would like to ask you where you focus on, how you manage to respect the play, the opera, your personal identity, and also the need of the public to see a different version of a classical play. I don't know if the word respect is the right one to start approaching a play of the repertoire. If we start our approach based on respect, we don't go far. Direction is a complicated art. Doesn't necessarily mean that it will break down a previous conceptual framework, but on the contrary, that it is always on a constant dialogue with it, and it respects the integrity and the completeness of the previous versions. This is a very interesting discussion because, especially in the field of opera, with the thousands of versions of a specific opera, of a specific play, we know that it's very difficult to approach it in a different way. It is an approach that needs to take into account the preference of the public. It needs to take into account the previous readings and interpretations of that play. The public, for example, here in Greece, the most fanatic ones have seen Tosca 100 times, 100 times Figaro. So we need to find our own personal space without constantly thinking about whether people are going to like us or not. I believe that the most important thing is to try and communicate with the audience of today, to light a spark in their hearts without, of course, blowing up the building in which you are. It is a very delicate balance to strike. However, it's worth our effort. So let me assume that this actually materializes sometimes. Yes, it happens. It's not accidental that, look, the perpetual repetition of an even closer core of plays has, as a result, boredom, a saturation from this very limited repertoire to which we always go back. An approach that many artistic directors consciously make is this explosion, this blowing up of the structure, because this is interesting, because this can lead to a discussion, to a revival of interest. The question, of course, is whether this rationale can bring about long-term results or whether it just acts as a firework. Okay, but you just gave us a very beautiful explanation that you belong to a tradition that is in favor of image making. You, at a very young age, Ms. Wouzvouni, you were called to come back to Greece and to undertake the design department of a newly founded company, Zeus and Dawn, a company that wanted to reflect the principles and values of a Greek tradition. I would like you to explain to us how you managed to combine the traditional nature of a Greek spirit with this new modern identity. Indeed, I was very young back then. I was just 23 years old, and the experience I had was not so great. Of course, this was positive in a certain way. When I came back to Greece and I took on this role, there was no design department in Zeus at Dawn, so it was as if I had received a carte blanche. I could do whatever I wanted. I was able to work in a free way. I was able to create a powerful image from scratch. The point is that the two women that were involved in Zeus and Dawn was very clear when they first started the company. They were sure of what they want to do. They wanted to build this Greek company which, apart from creating fashion and apart from being a company active in the global market, would help as much as it could to the recovery of the Greek economy. We're talking about 2010, 2012. You remember the very deep financial crisis that the country was going through, and all the world was talking bad about Greece. So their vision was to support as much as they could the Greek economy and the Greek production. And it was then that I was called to use raw materials that were and still are produced by the Greek market. So the first thing we checked was, the first place we checked was Soufli, which is the city of silk. Back then, there was the only factory in Greece that produced silk. The factory is still operational. The silk it produces is of excellent quality. So these two ladies went there. They got to know the producer, Kostas Mukhtaridis, who is the responsible person. They explained to them that they wanted to make silk clothes, not the silk tablecloths or other silk products. He didn't believe them initially. However, he promised that he would help as much as he could. So when I first started, the first thing I did was to see how I could use silk, which was a material that I had never used before. I tried to combine the very geometric character that my work had, a very abstract character, with a material that is quite traditional by nature. A natural product, in other words, a natural material, excuse me. I tried to combine these two aspects, geometry, abstract art, and tradition. Something that is very fairy, something that I wanted to use and turn it into something more geometric. And this is how we first started, with silk. Picasso used to say that the good artists copy others, the better artists steal works of others. And I would like to ask you, could you give us two examples either of geometric patterns or raw materials that you borrowed from a previous tradition and you incorporated in your own creations in a way that is original and authentic? We don't steal. What we do is to make the most of tradition and of what has been defined as timeless and as traditional. In other words, we utilize all this available information. It is important, by the way, not to lose this information. We need to bequeath this information to the future generations. And this is actually something that both my generation need and the previous generations need to ensure. So we need to convey to them ways in which they can use traditional materials, turn them into something commercial and export it to foreign markets. So we are using this inspiration from the Greek tradition and Greek history in order to create something very original and modern. By the way, the term steel was used by Picasso himself. Okay, don't misunderstand me. I don't want to be misunderstood by anyone. Mr. Evklidis, I would like to ask you something about timing. Many times, as spectators, we see that the director remains faithful to the time of a play, of a libretto, for example. We have seen Macbeth taking place in the 18th century, and Macbeth is the king of the castle. And then we see directors staging the play at a very different time. For example, Macbeth, 21st century, nuclear plant. And many times we see directors who do not focus on the factor of time. So I would like to ask you, what is the deep incentive that the director has in order to express this time aspect? Look, again, this takes us back to the problem of the repertoire. In other words, that we have plays that are rather difficult. It's very difficult for the spectators to communicate with these plays. For example, if you gave these theatrical plays to the spectators, there would be a lot of difficulties for them to identify themselves with them. So the basic problem is a problem of narration, of ways of narrating the play, ways that would combine the previous narration styles with the expectations of the modern spectator. You described very beautifully some of the ways that someone can use in order to ensure an effective narration. This transfer in time is one of these ways. It's easier for a spectator to understand the difficulties faced by Macbeth, for example, this game of power, these issues of authority. It will be easier for the spectators to understand this if the play is taking place in a time that is more familiar to them. We're basically talking about an achronic perception. Since the story does not change, the people and the relations of power remain the same. In opera, moreover, very often and for many decades, what was considered to be very successful was this so-called achronic narration. It started with great success by Wagner, who was the great grandchild of Willard Wagner. And who developed this achronic pattern of narration where everything takes place in a perpetual present. This is a way, okay, but in any case, each artist has to answer certain questions raised by the plays themselves. And this answer can be stereotypical, it can be personal. I don't believe that an academic play is less artistic than a modern deconstructive play. A modern deconstructive play can be equally boring like an academic one. In our days, deconstruction has become part and parcel of the artistic cycles. It's not considered to be a cut with a past. When a cut becomes the normality, it ceases to be a cut. So basically, we're talking about different models of narration. What is the best one? There is no clear answer to that. There is no recipe. Undoubtedly, it is difficult in our days to stage an academic play with period costumes and to be sure that this play will be great. In other words, all these images are so obsolete by now. They are also worn out, but you never know. You never know when the director or the creative team will find the way to give a breath of fresh air to these plays.
Εδώ και τουλάχιστον 2 δεκαετίες, ίσως και περισσότερο,
For the last couple of decades and even more, opera was being used as an example of how tradition can impede new creation. Even if someone doesn't agree with that, there is a statistic reality according to which if 90% of the operas that are staged globally are examined, one will see that 90% of these are operas that have been staged thousands of times in the past. And I would like to ask you something. The National Opera invests in new plays, Fonisa, The Murderers, that you directed, and we also have the alternative stage that staged Zita, Kukla, as well as other plays. And I would like to ask you, what was the rationale behind that, behind the fact that you are investing in new productions, in operetta and in other forms of musical theater?
When we decided to start the alternative scene, which was an idea of Yorgos Koumentakis, he proposed it to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and they agreed. They were very enthusiastic, actually, and they were the major sponsor of the alternative scene. And based on their support, we had the opportunity to be more experimental with various forms of performances that are not so profitable. Opera is not a profitable product. Actually, it's a black hole that just absorbs money all over the world. And the greater an opera, the more expensive it is for the producers. This is a reality. We either accept this or not, and accordingly we proceed. So, starting with a new repertoire, even in the cases where we have state support, so budgets that can be sustained, I'm afraid that in a few years, in the future, the ones that have a good relation with their box office, like the Greek National Opera, we need our spectators, we need our audiences. This doesn't happen with the Paris Opera, for example, that have an annual subsidy from the state. So against this, we wanted to see which would be modern creation within this field. So from the very first days in this post, we wanted to see how this could work in Athens where we have 300 theaters. So a precondition would be to have new plays. And via the new plays, to be able to face the heavy stereotypes that characterize the relation of the Greek audiences to opera. They believe, most of them believe that this is a foreign genre. It is not included within our tradition, etc. Fonisa of 2014 was a proof that a contemporary opera based on this is a literature opera based on a literature play so it showed that a Greek play can have a success. I remember that there was a caricature, a cartoon with Christine Lagarde in in a newspaper, and they had drawn inspiration from our performance. So this shows that sometimes we become inspiration for something in the everyday life. This is important for us. Many people believe that opera is a dead art. We want to manage to prove that it is actually a vivid art, not only in Greece, but internationally. Let us stay on this part a bit. You have worked and studied abroad in very well-known companies, fashion companies, and you have a very good view about Greek design and how it was 10 years ago. What about your creative work? Do you see any changes that influence the Greek design, international changes? What is the tradition of Greek design and how does it change now? Two things I want to say here. The first is that after the big wave of fast fashion brands in the beginnings of 2000, where we had a homogenization of fashion. In 2010, more or less, we saw a major turn. Big and small companies like us turned towards local productions. This is the point in time where our work started becoming different. At that time, we decided that we need to change and turn towards local traditions. So in the beginning, we would speak about clothes that are made by Greek artists. We know who has created the materials. We know who has made it. All the Zeus and Dion products have a history behind. contemporary consumer who is very aware, quality aware, wishes to know where everything comes from. So this is the one dimension. The local dimension and the manual dimension. The second change at that time was the embroideries that we started using on our clothes. Very symbolic forms and shapes embroidered on the material, on the cloth. This way we wanted to modernize what was traditional. So we managed to use something so traditional and make it to a very trendy item that people wear it in their everyday life, to go to work, to go for a walk. So this is how we incorporated tradition into fashion. So can an organization change its identity? When we compare the two organizations of yours, we see that the fashion body has a very specific identity and a brand, while in the opera you have different plays every time. So how can you keep your corporate brand, if I can call it this way, when you change so much the plays that you stage? This multifaceted character of the audience is one of our goals. We didn't want to have a single aesthetics. Sometimes foreign opera houses wish to keep certain aesthetics because for commercial reasons, because they want to address specific types of audiences. We don't have the tradition of such an audience though, so we can work as we like and attract differentiated audiences. The Herodion, for example, attracts popular audiences. It is not categorized. And it is also cosmopolitan, yes, indeed, because tourists come as well. And the price of the tickets are very low during the summer festival, especially. This is what we wanted to iterate, to simulate here in the alternative scene of Stavros Niarchos' alternative opera. Finding the way to communicate with a differentiated audience led us to the need to create a very differentiated product.
A question to you. After 9 years, having traveled around Greece, having traveled in France, after promoting the Greek culture, do you believe that your friction with the Greek tradition has started to exhaust itself, or do you think that more surprises await you? The truth is that no, I believe that the Greek tradition and Greek history have several aspects. We can find inspiration in them forever. We can assimilate the tradition and history in different ways. That okay, but my apprehension is related to my ability to utilize the different aspects of the Greek tradition and history. And of course, we shouldn't limit ourselves only to ancient Greece or ancient history. We have modern history, and modern history has some very interesting aspects that can be the source of great inspiration for the creation of different things. Like the new projects that the National Opera is staging. Am I right, Mr. Evklidis? And I'm making reference to Phonissa or to Kukla. I believe that the relation between the modern and ancient civilization has become the object of an extensive exploitation, we would say. There are many modern artistic works, cultural works of modern Greece with which we can come in contact and reinterpret them. By doing that, we will actually enrich the modern cultural product. Ms. Theodorou, since this is the last panel, we can actually get one question. The question is the following. Which are the next creative steps, objectives for Zeus and Dion and for the alternative scene of the National Opera? So let's talk about the future. Ms. Vousvouni, the next creative steps for Zeus and Dion? There are many. The latest change pertains to the recruitment of a new designer who gave a different perspective, if you like, to the work that has been done for so many years, always with full respect to this work. So this new designer has managed to give his own view on this previous work by creating some of his own raw materials. So this is the first thing, which is very important. That is to get more people in the team so that they can bring something new. Moreover, Zeus and Dion was, from the very beginning, based on the idea to be a lifestyle brand, a lifestyle company, not only in the sector of clothes, but at the same time try to create a world that incorporates Greek elements. So now Zeus and Dion starts a new line of homeware, and this is how it becomes a more comprehensive brand, if you like. And this is something very beautiful because we have so many people who come to Greece and who want to go back having a souvenir of high quality, a souvenir that has been created in the country. And these types of products can be easily bought by the tourists and brought back to their country. We wish you all the best to your new endeavor. Mr. Evklidis, after a difficult year, unfortunately it hasn't finished, What do you see for the future? I believe that the only thing we can hope for the future of theatrical organizations is to find the ways to stand on their own 2 feet. Of course, it's a very difficult conjuncture. We are very lucky because we have the support of the state, of the many sponsors we have, and of course of the great donor, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, which is a safety net for us. During the pandemic, we continued as usual. We staged all the productions that we had planned. We recorded them and now we broadcast them on the TV channel. For me and for Yorgos Koumentakis, the future is well defined. In 2023, in the beginning of 2023, the second tenure of Yorgos and myself comes to an end, and I believe that this will be the day when this cycle will close. A very creative and at the same time a very tiring cycle we had in the National Opera. So basically what we wish for now is to close this 6-year planning and leaving behind us a sustainable and operational model that can be used by other people and be further developed. This is the fate of the artistic organizations. They don't belong to anyone, they belong to the people, and in that sense, we need to leave them in a better state than when we got them. I hope you recover very quickly because we have missed the opera, we have missed the theater a lot. Mr. Doru, I believe that this is the end of the panel. I would like to thank Ms. Pousvouni and Mr. Evklidis. Thank you very much for being with us here today. We would also like to thank all those who watched us from a distance. For this second Creative Leadership Symposium, we would also like to thank our sponsors, the EdTech group of companies, Ηγεσία, and the Kathimerini newspaper, who was the communication sponsor, of course, the Center of Excellence, and SEV have also been very valuable sponsors. In my turn, I would like to thank all the people who worked behind the scenes in order to organize this second Creative Leadership Symposium, the team at ALBA, the team at the American College of Greece, and it will be a great pleasure to see you again in one of the future events organized by the Center of Excellence. Our desire and our hope is the same as the one of the national operas, that these events take place with physical presence. Mr. Doru, you have the floor. Mr. Menemelis, I wanted to thank some people. You mentioned all of them, so I will not tire you more. I would like to thank you very much for being with us in the context of the second Creative Leadership Symposium. We hope that in the third Creative Leadership Symposium, we will have the chance to meet in person. I want to inform you that the videos of all the panel discussions will be uploaded on the channel of the Center, on the YouTube channel. We will communicate to you the links you need in order to access them. At this point, I would like to say goodbye to you. I hope that you will be with us in our future events. Thank you very much for your presence today. All the best.